to, to chociaż jestem spokojny, że nie zjebałem. No ale ja miałem 4... Co? Jak mi odsłałem? Ja wszystko cofnąłem. Ja nawet, żeby chronić żeby chronić stolicę, to wziąłem z 0,2 do 0,1 poprzenosiłem wojsko swoje. Ale nawet jakbym przeniósł całe wsparcia z 0,2 do... połączył wszystko w jedno, to oni tak by się przebyli. Chodzi mi... No, nie, nawet nie było w ogóle szans. No... Że, że, znaczy, wiesz, ona wygląda tak trochę drewniana, ale technologia, no tutaj kurde widać, że to jest... Lipy nie ma, nie? W ogóle co to za studio robi tą grę? To tak, taka dopracowana i w ogóle to brzmi jak jakaś, wiesz, jakieś duże studio. Znaczy, ja domyślam się, że oni też... No nie tak jak kurwa w Tarkowie. No dodają najpierw sprzętu, mnóstwo sprzętu, kurwa, a cokolwiek żeby działało, to o panie. W Tarkowie, wiesz, jest system składania kolby, nie? Że na przykład z kolbą masz większy, ze złożoną kolbą masz większy odrzut, ergonomii mniej i wiesz, inaczej się strzela i w ogóle, no, ma to wpływ duży, nie? No, ale jest bóg, że ci broni, jeśli jest jakakolwiek modyfikacja, która ma, nie wiem, jakaś gumka na kolbę, zmieniona kolba, montowanie kolby, cokolwiek zmienione, to nie jesteś w stanie jej złożyć, rozłożyć, więc jak masz broń zmodyfikowaną i ma ona złożoną kolbę i nie masz kolby stokowej, to już masz ten broń nierozkładalną, nie? Nie ma w ogóle sposobu, żeby ją rozłożyć i oni chyba już od roku się z tym problemem męczą, nie? Nie wiem, nie chcą, czy nie mogą, czy nie widzą problemu. No ale weź, kurde, masz gnata fajnego i nie możesz rozłożyć kolby. A rozrzut, jakby rozrzut zmodowanej broni ze złożoną kolbą jest większy niż rozrzut broni niezmodowanej. Także to w ogóle się z celem mija. W ogóle robiłem sobie te bomby trujące. One jakieś takie super nie są. Słabe są, nawet bym powiedział. Ale wiesz co, to... Nie, wiesz co, ja próbowałem na jaszczorobawołach. Większego wrażenia na nich to nie zrobiło. Mój jeden strzał z łuku robił więcej. Jeszcze nie odblokowaliśmy. Ale jak dobrze nam pójdzie, to dzisiaj jeszcze wrócimy z tym żelazem. Może. Ale no, w sumie mamy jeszcze 4 i ciut dungeona do ojebania. Ale po prostu powiem ci, ja tak, o kurwa, jeszcze jeden, i jeszcze jeden, i jeszcze jeden. I tak wiesz. Masakra. Tyle szukania. No. Od razu ze zbrojki probimy. Ale... no. Czemu? Ciężar. No. Ile ona? 15 waży jeden element chyba, nie? No jeden element... Nie. Set strolla waży 15 akurat. No tak. A tylko, że no i tak musisz wziąć pelerynę z trolla mieć, bo nie ma żelaznej peleryny, tak? Także no. Czyli nie wiem ile hełm waży. Masz na pewno peleryna kilogram, tak? Nie, tak, 5 peleryna. Nie, czekaj, to jest tunika. Peleryna 4, czyli masz 34 kilo plus hełm, no nie wiem, zdychę hełm żelazny. No jestem w tej, co skończyliśmy. Tak. Znaczy ja, kuziem, co kilof? Ja mam kilof Jedisa żelazny. W ogóle nieporozumienie, że Jedisowi żelazny kilof został zrobiony. Jak on go nie używa w ogóle. A, no to, no dobra, no to tak. Uju. Ej, tu jest kurde. Znowu 3, 4, 5, 6 tych do rozwalenia. Ja pierdzielę. Ja 10 minut przed tym, jak jeszcze ty przyszedłeś, kopałem tutaj. Co to z tamtej drugiej strony. Masakra. Ogromny ten dungeon. Ten i poprzedni też. Dobrze, że to chociaż na hita schodzi. No, biliśmy. No, fajny balans. W ogóle wszystkie skille mają setny level maksymalny, nie? No. A dopiero kilofy na 37. No mysz jest fajny. No jest opcja, ale ja nie korzystam jak jest z bloku, tak jakoś wyszło. Nie wiem, chcesz to ci mogę dać miecz, sobie trochę z niego powalczysz. A, to kółeczko zrobione. A, to tu będzie ślepy zaułek. No i wyczyszczone. Ciekawe czy jak... Nie, w dwóch mieczy jednoręcznych się nie da naraz. A ciekawe czy noże się da dwa naraz mieć. Skrzynkę. Tak. Wiesz co? W sumie jak my i tak tutaj siedzimy, to możemy kurde trochę do piesa wsadzić tutaj, żeby to się przepalało. No ale... No to nie. Znaczy i tak trzeba naprawiać rzeczy w portalu. No dobra. Będziemy na trzeci. Jedziemy gdzieś tutaj teraz. Nie no, to ja naprawię drugi kill. Ja użyłem swojego brązu i jedisa żelaza. Kilof. No. Można. Mi się wydaje, że w ogóle dzisiejsze ataki to pójdą na tego, na Cezara. Na Cezara? Nie wiem. Bo w ogóle tutaj widziałem tą samą zagrywkę co u mnie. Bo ktoś wysłał miecze, nie? I ja się śmiałem, że mieczami fejkują debile, nie? A później się okazało, że tam było 4000 toporników. Mhm. Znaczy ja przypuszczam, że koleś nie miał taranów, bo nie wysłał taranów i wysłał miecznika, żeby się wyrobić w wysłaniu, nie? Ale może był to też taki fake. Jest mniej obvious niż taran. Tylko nie kamieniołom, kurde. Wodą pewnie. Że wiesz co, no to tu nawet nie trzeba wodą przechodzić. No wezmę ten węgiel. Które? Tak. Znaczy wiesz, ja i tak bym bardzo chciał tą strollę ulepszyć. Ła! Mhm. Ps. No ja też co zrobiłem. A właśnie w ogóle tobie nie mówiłem, nie podzieliłem się spostrzeżeniem, tylko z tym, że moby są tak zaprojektowane, że one zanim jeszcze do nich dobiegniesz, to one już atak klikają, nie? Że ty jeszcze nie dobiegasz, a one się zatrzymują i już włączają? Wylicz... Tak, tak. Weź sprintem, na którego z moba biegnie, to zobaczysz, że on jeszcze z sobą nie ten już. Lał. No w ogóle wczoraj płynęłem odblokować ten portal przy starcu, nie? Bo one się... popłynęliśmy jak one były nastawione ten między starcem a między bagnem. Ja popłynąłem w ogóle kurwa takiego pecha miałem. Bo dobiegłem do tych bagien no tutaj, nie wiem gdzie próbowałeś odebrać. Tak? Do tych bagien? Nie, do tych, o tutaj. I zbudowałem tą, no tam na jednego... Ej, czekaj kurwa, koniec tych. Lochu nie ma już więcej. Zbudowałem sobie najtańszą tratę. Już sobie wskoczyłem, nie? Kurwa nagle za tratwą, dwie pijawki i upiór ten latający. Wiesz, że tam się zacząłem z nimi naparzać na tej tratwie płynąc, nie? No ja tam się z nimi naparzam, mówię, dobra, kurwa, udało się w ogóle. Tratwie tam 1/5 życia została. Przypłynął serpent. No i zakończę zabawę. Dobra, ty kurde, to dupa z tym lochem. Ja z tego lochu wyniosłem 7. Teraz zostały 3. Nie, je widać. Je z bazy łatwo dojść. Tu na prawo jest to. Stoi. Tak, stoi. No patrz. Tu jest, tam jest kolejny. I stąd widać gdzieś był jeszcze jeden. A jest tam. O. I drugi jest tam. Tam. O, tam. Tam. Nie, patrzę, tylko sobie wchodzimy. Wow. No jak trafię. O. O. Nie muszę wrócić do bazy. Tu w skrzyni jest 3 do wzięcia. Życia nie masz. Na skrzynkę drugą. Tutaj widzę, że niezły mob grinder zrobił się z tych tutaj, tych ognistych duszków. Na same co tu giną. Ile zebrałem? 4 sterlingi z Afriką. Co? Statek ma chyba 18 slotów. Plus do tego możemy wziąć coś w ekwipunek. Ja już stawiam skrzynkę kolejną. Tu jest do przekopania, tu do przekopania. No jeszcze jeden dzień musisz odespać, żeby to wróciło, nie? Na raty. O, żelazna brama. Coś nowego. Pomóc ci? No. Jakiś gnój wszedł nam do bazy i workbench przy portalach zniszczył. Łącznie z upgrade'ami, no. Przed chwilą stawiałem od nowa. No co? Jay, nie denerwuj się. Weźmiemy z mojego i włożymy do twojego. Drzwi otwarte zostawił. Tutaj, chyba że ty innymi wychodziłeś. Mamy 8 staków pełnych i 1 stak już przepalony. No bit. W ogóle 20 już. Za chwilę. No. Pan koordynator. Co muszę wziąć? Gdzie ty tego linka wysyłałeś? Mam.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. Days ago, NASA's most sophisticated and capable rover to date landed on Mars, the Perseverance rover. Today, we'll see Mars like never before, with new photos and videos. Our panel today will help us understand how Perseverance captured what it's like to land on Mars and what the landing site looks like. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva, and joining us is Matt Wallace, Perseverance Deputy Project Manager, Dave Brule, Perseverance Entry, Descent, and Landing Camera Suite Lead, Al Chen, Perseverance Entry, Descent, and Landing Lead, Justin Mackey, Perseverance Imaging Scientist and Instrument Operations Team Chief, Jessica Samuels, Perseverance Surface Mission Manager, Ken Williford, Perseverance Deputy Project Scientist, and to tell us what this all means for NASA and exploration, Thomas Zurbuchen, Associate Administrator for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. We will take questions during this briefing. If you're a member of the media on the phone lines, press *1 to be put in the queue. If you're on social media, use the hashtag #CountdownToMars. Now to get us started is JPL Director Mike Watkins. Now I will step aside for him to give his opening remarks.
Thank you. Welcome back to JPL. We have a jam-packed press conference today, and I was just looking at the team here. I think we're trying to add it up, maybe 100 years of combined experience with Mars rovers on the panel today. Now we have been working very hard since we landed. The surface team has been getting the rover set up for the surface mission. They've been working Mars time over the weekend, making fantastic progress, and you'll hear about that today. You'll also see some brand new images and videos that we acquired over the weekend, or downlinked over the weekend. And these are really fantastic images of the surface of Mars and the rest of the descent imagery that we got a preview of on Friday. These images have always been part of the history of JPL. We have taken everyone along with us on our journeys across the solar system, through the rings of Saturn, looking back at the pale blue dot, and incredible panoramas on the surface of Mars. This is the first time we've been able to actually capture an event like the landing of the spacecraft on Mars. And these are pretty cool videos. And we will learn something by looking at the performance of the vehicle in these videos. But a lot of it is also to bring you along on our journey, our touchdown to Mars, and of course our surface mission as well. And these are really amazing videos. We all binge watched them over the weekend, if you can call a 1-minute video binge watching. But we watched it many, many times, and it's really fantastic. And just to show you how far we've come in the history of JPL, I want to show one image. This is from Mariner 4 in 1965. So this was actually the first data, first images sent back from Mars by Mariner 4, and they were hand-colored by the engineers according to a code, not like a paint-by-numbers painting. And there it is, the first color image, hand-painted. And so when you see these videos later, I think Dave Brule and Justin Mackey will be overjoyed that they didn't have to hand-color each one of these images. So my hat is off. It's a great press conference today. My hat is off to the team, for getting the rover to where we are and these fantastic images down. And to learn more about that team, let me introduce Matt Wallace.
Thanks very much, Mike, and thanks for the nice words about the team. I'll try to be brief because I want to get to this video, and I know you will too. I just want to give you a little bit of background on how this whole thing started. My daughter is a gymnast. She's been a gymnast since she was a little kid. And when she was about, I guess, 11 years old, and the project was still in formulation, she asked me for one of those little sports cameras. And being the indulgent parent I am, I got her the sports camera, and she put it in the harness that it came with, and she put the harness on, and she did a backflip. And I don't know about you, but I cannot do a backflip. But when she showed me the video, and I watched that camera
Ale czy którym tu mówisz?
the room go upside down and then somehow right itself as she landed on her feet.
No, ale to 10 sztuk potrzeba do portalu jednego.
That I had a glimpse into what it would be
Więc
like
nie jest
if I
takie
could do a
bezużyteczne.
backflip. And
Dużo,
that was the
no wiem.
moment that inspired a phone call to my friend Dave Gruhl over here. And
No,
that's what
25
led
portali.
to this system, this entry, descent, and landing camera system. We call them the EDL cams that you're about to see the product of here just in a moment. Now, I don't know about you, but it is unlikely at this point in my career that I will pilot a spacecraft down to the surface of Mars. But when you see this imagery, I think you will feel like you are
Ja nie
getting
wiem, przed chwilą coś gadał, że jego córka jest gimnastyczką.
successfully in Jezero crater with perseverance. And so, without
Super.
any further delay, I'm going to turn it over to Dave, who'll describe the system, and we'll get to the video. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. The idea of adding a ruggedized commercial off-the-shelf hardware onto a flagship spacecraft to do a nice-to-have function proved to be quite an interesting challenge that Matt handed over to us. Along the way, we encountered one, maybe two people who were a little bit skeptical of what we were trying to do. But thankfully, we had the full support of project leadership, all the individuals directly supporting the 2020 mission. We're super excited to help, and in the end, we were able to actually make it happen. Our EDL CAM team were guided by two requirements, if you will. The first one was that the entry, descent, and landing system, camera system, must do no harm to the flight vehicle. And that's especially important during EDL. This was our one critical requirement, and as you all saw last Thursday, that requirement was met. The second item is not so much as of a requirement as it is a mantra. We get what we get, and we don't get upset. We wanted our EDL cam system to get onto the vehicle and return amazing imagery of the landing Jezero crater.
Co przekombinowano?
Like every other element on the Mars 2020 spacecraft, individuals worked really hard and went above and beyond to make sure that their piece of the spacecraft did what it was supposed to do and would be successful.
No myślę, że będzie trzeba faktycznie, bo mi też trochę ciąży. Te w starym to było spoko, w miarę intuicyjne, ale skóry przenieść bliżej środka, a sztabki do znaczy nawet zamienić skóry ze sztabkami. To już by było coś.
The EDL cam system successfully captured some amazing imagery of the vehicle's descent and landing on the surface of Mars. We collected a little over 30 gigabytes of information and over 23,000 images of the vehicle descending down to the surface of Mars. As a quick introduction, if I could have the first graphic, a reminder for some of you exactly what are the sensors that we included in the entry descent.
Czekaj, gościu mówi, że
There are three cameras that are located on the top of the vehicle, on the back shell.
nie wiem, czy dobrze na szybko spojrzałem, ale gościu mówi, że 30 GB informacji mają, że 23 000 zdjęć, coś takiego, nie wiem co.
And that's to be expected. It is a very high dynamic environment, but luckily the other two cameras continued to operate as expected and captured some amazing footage of the parachutes inflating in that Martian engine. We put one camera on the bottom of the descent stage. That camera looked down on the rover.
60 zdjęć, znaczy 23 000 zdjęć, liczmy, że to jest w 30 fps-ach, czyli ile ten filmik ma w kalkulator, halo, 23 000 podzielić na... No to jest 920 sekund filmu, czyli 15 minut filmu, 15,5 minuty.
deliver
Yeah.
safely onto the surface. And then we also put a camera on the bottom of the rover, which actually looked down on the surface of Mars once the heat shield was dropped away. And that camera continued to capture imagery until the vehicle touched down on the surface of Mars.
Tak.
And then we also put a microphone on the port side of the rover. Now, unfortunately,
Ale to 30 giga, to 15 minut 30 giga, to musi być zajebiście dobra jakość.
So now the reaction to the EDO cam videos has been absolutely amazing around JPL. And we are super excited to actually share with all of you video imagery of Perseverance landing on the surface of Mars. Please roll the video.
Starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
O, Perseverance onboard camera views.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Heat shield set.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Dobra jakoś jest. Wow.
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second.
No to ten stan Texas pustynia tutaj
Now has radar
taka.
locked on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface.
3,3.
Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute.
Zajebiste. To jest więcej niż 30 FPS-ów.
The initialization of terrain relative
Może za
navigation
45
and
nawet.
subsequently the priming of the
No
landing
60 to nie.
current
Chociaż
velocity
kurde,
is
może.
about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
LVS valid.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution in part of terrain relative navigation.
Priming. TBA is nominal.
We have priming of the landing engines.
Back shell set.
Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about
O, i on będzie lądował tutaj, jak jest ten krater, to od dołu idzie koryto rzeki, to oni będą na łączeniu krateru z korytem rzeki, nie? A to jest 7 km, bo przed chwilą to nie ten. On ma wielkość ile tam? 20 km średnicy? 75 metrów na sekundę teraz spada.
Of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane
300
maneuver.
metrów.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
O, łazik spuszczają.
Getting signals from MRO. Tango Delta.
Touchdown confirmed.
Kurde, w ogóle ten dron. Ale czego, ja mam jakieś... Ja mam opóźnienie. Nie wiem, no.
It gives me goosebumps every time I see it.
I co tyle?
I hope everybody
Już
kept
fajne,
their
ale
hands and
w ogóle szybko wylądował, nie?
times while it was in motion. So I do need to say I wouldn't be sitting at this podium and you wouldn't have all seen that amazing imagery without a lot of support from an amazing team, both those who worked directly on the EDO cam task as well as those who supported us across the project. I thank you for everything you've done to get us here today. Just an amazing accomplishment. So I'm going to turn over to Al. Al is going to be our color analyst. He doesn't have a telestrator, but he's going to actually walk through some of those videos in even more detail and actually show
No,
you
ale taka
some just
atmosfera to
incredible
słaba
things that you can actually see
ochrona
as you
przed
look at those videos.
słońcem, nie?
I'm not sure the color commentator is supposed to have as many chills as I do right now, and every time I see these videos. But I wanted to add my thanks to the EL camera team. I mean, these videos,
wszystko
these images
wykopaliśmy?
are the stuff of our dreams. It's been what we've been dreaming about for years. So, thank you so much.
Nie, zaraz, tu gdzieś miałem
Let's see,
zbugowany kamień, nie wiem
mentioned,
czy
we'll
ty
try
go
to walk
wykopałeś,
through
czy nie?
what we see a little bit. We won't take that much time because we could spend literally all day looking at these videos, and some of us have spent all the weekend looking at these videos. But we'll just try to show you some highlights of what we've been seeing, and invite you all that need to look for more things. As
No
we kind
teraz
of see
kurwa
things every
weź
time we look.
się odnajść.
So let's start with the
O, tu coś
camera,
jeszcze jest.
and let me give you a quick warning to not blink, because things go really rapid. You can see that you can get a sense really of how violent that parachute deploy and inflation is. The parachute pack is very gently that the pack is and it's about 100 pounds. It gets launched out of the spacecraft which is basically a cannon with a muzzle velocity of around 100 miles an hour. And the spacecraft itself is going about 1,000 miles an hour at this point, going about 1.75 times the speed of sound. So just in case you blink, let's show you that one more time. You kind of see that in high speed, and then real time, and then we'll slow it down and take a look at the details. Okay, so let's try to walk through this a bit slower, this time at about quarter speed, and we'll pause at times to point out things we see. Let's start that rolling. Here you can see the pack getting pushed out of there. You can kind of see the pack right in the middle as it's being pushed, and the parachute lid, which is right on top of it, kind of that circle to the left of the pack, was on top of the pack. And it was there to protect the parachute during entry. It's got some thermal protection system material on it.
Dobra,
Keep the
wchodzimy.
parachute nice and cool and protected. And the pack is used to push that lid right off the vehicle, giving that cannon force. You can also see some of the other things that have popped off of that lid.
Czyli
Which is kind
teoretycznie
of
jeszcze
expected,
dwa
given
nam
how
zostały,
violent
czekaj.
this launch really is.
My przechodziliśmy
So let's move on from here.
stąd, czyli jeden jest tu na
Going out here, you
prawo.
can see the pack reach what we call line stretch. So that's as far as it's going to go. It's where the parachute's going to start inflating. That's about
Aż tam
150
jest
feet behind the
następny.
spacecraft, and it got there in just
Siódmy.
under 1 second. So this pack is really moving. That's pretty much, as the parachute starts to come out, you can see the pack is rotated about 90 degrees. That's pretty common. We've seen
Znaczy,
that in some of
I
our
cieszę się i się nie cieszę w sumie.
Let's keep going and take a look at the inflation.
No, wszystko wykopiemy, tak. Ej, tu trochę inny ten.
The parachute opens
Nie,
in only about
tu w ogóle
7/10 of a
zaślepiony
second,
na
again,
dzień dobry.
really fast.
O nie,
There's no
było.
evidence of tangling of lines, which is great. There's about 2 miles of lines in the parachute system. So the fact that we don't see any evidence of tangling or any kind of other misbehavior is great news. And I'm sure we'll be studying this video for many, many years and picking this apart frame by frame. And of course we have a second camera on board as well.
W ogóle to są te, mamy odblokowaną miksturę odporności na truciznę.
You might notice the pattern that's
Tak.
on the parachute here. Distinct patterns are useful in helping us determine
Nie
the
wiem.
body and orientation of the parachute. Also, the contracting section can be useful in tracking different positions of the parachute, different portions of the parachute in its plates.
Nie wiem na ile też czasu to w sumie
Especially
działa.
useful when we have multiple cameras, as we do here.
Na przykład ta nam rozdziała na 10 minut aż.
In addition to enabling incredible science, we hope our efforts and our engineering can inspire others.
Znaczy, nie, w sensie
Sometimes we leave
na
messages
myśli, że
for others
o.
defined for that purpose. So we invite you
bo
all to give it a
niektóre
shot
no...
and show your record.
Ej. Aha,
Let's move on to the rover download camera.
Chyba
Take a look at
trucizna.
that in more detail. If we start that up, you can see the heat shield falling away symmetrically. Pausing here, we can take a look at what we see on the heat shield. First, we see the medley components on the heat shield. You can see the electronics box and the gold wires that lead to all
ale zobacz, jakie to musi być faktycznie jakości ten, że oni zrobili stop klatkę i nie jest rozmazana.
We can also see some white flecks in different places, both on the heat shield and free flying, which are likely frost.
No widać wszystkie te szczegóły. To może nie tak super dokładnie, ale ja bym swoim telefonem ten nie zrobił
You can also see something we didn't expect to see if you kind of look at the 4 o'clock position on the heat shield or so.
Nie, nie, ale to było przy ziemi, on...
It seems to have come loose. It doesn't, you know, it's not much of a big deal, but it's definitely not what we expected. If you look at the other 8 springs, they actually are where they're supposed to be, all around the edge of the heat field. There's no danger to the spacecraft here, but it's something we expect and think we wouldn't have seen if we didn't have the camera system to show us what was going on. So let's keep rolling here. We can see that the heat shield basically stays in the same orientation as it flies away from us. It'll come back into view in a little bit. But this is great. This is kind of what we expected in terms of the aerodynamics of that heat shield. It doesn't tumble or do something that was unexpected. So that's very useful to show us that.
Ludzie i tak powiedzą, że to nareżyserowane. Zaraz będą jakieś tam... no, będą zrzucać jakieś kurwa talerze z samolotów. Nagrywali, że no tak, tutaj właśnie Perseverance ląduje, tak, tutaj. No. Chociaż ciężko trochę będzie, bo na przykład w tej pustyni w stanie Teksas śnieg leży, no.
You can see everything's nice and smooth now that the engines are under control. That on-speed parachute rocking is gone. So here we are, slowing down and stopping. Coming straight down on our eventual landing site here. You can see that as we really begin to slow down here, you can see the engines as we get lower, throttled there and stop us here, and you can see it beginning to push all that dust around on the ground. That shaking there is the rover deploying and the mobility during sky crane. And here we are coming down, and that rocking motion of the rover we'll see in other videos. But that settles down right before we hit the ground in a nice, safe, flat spot.
Yeah,
doesn't appear to be too much of concern that's right below us.
It's coming back.
So that was the rover's view looking down. Let's take a look at the descent stage view looking down as well during that sky crane portion of flight. So here we go. The rover begins to drop away from the descent stage, and that's the first
tak to jest, jak się bazę w czarnym lesie robi.
The mobility kind of shook a little bit in that first deployment.
O, leci lądownik.
The bridles that are hanging down from the top of the
w ogóle jakie cieniutkie są te dźwięki, nie?
And if you look down toward the left, the bottom part of the image and toward the left, you can see that gold umbilical. That's what's transferring all
no nie, no w ogóle to wygląda jak taki zwykły sznurek, nie wiem.
This picture is coming down from the camera up on the descent stage down to the rover through that port, in addition to other information that's going on. So as we keep going here, you can see the bogey that's on both sides of the boat back. You see those wheels, the back 2 wheels on either side spin down. That caused a little bit of rocking of the rover as expected. You can see that kind of settles out right as we enter that gloom and dust cloud as we get down and touch down. And the video ends a touchdown, of course, because the camera that's taking this video is about to leave this area in a hurry on that descent stage.
No. Mówię, te linki to jak sznurówki. Znaczy pewnie efekt skali, ale no... Słuchaj.
So here we go, we got a really close-up look at the descent stage, and we can start rolling now. You can see the descent stage as the rover begins to fall away, and see the effect of that rover wobble from the mobility display. So pausing here, the first thing that most people will probably notice is that there's no plume or visible smoke or anything else coming out of the rockets at the corner of the descent stage.
Blop.
Hydrazine isn't
Tak patrzę sobie niektóre prace tutaj na Steamie sobie przewijam i właśnie filmik znalazłem. Te trole to jednak chuje są.
And you can kind of see that in the engines here, especially if you look at the engine at the very top right of this image. If you look closely, right above the engine bell there on the thrust chamber, you can see a little and that's what's happening. As the engines have been on for a long time, they get really hot. That heat goes up there and strikes what we see. So take a look at that closely when you get a chance.
W ogóle ten dźwig to też kurde tutaj ma nawalony tych różnych kabli, nie? Strasznie dużo. I widać tą kamerkę. Widzisz kamerkę? Na górze? Jakby...
You'll see the image begin to wobble a little bit here. I can promise it's not the descent stage wobbling, it's actually that rover tipping back and forth a little bit as we saw as the mobility deploys.
A FLIR?
And then
Znamy FLIR-a, my tą firmę znamy.
No, FLIR nam bliski sercu.
proceed.
W Tarkowie jest firmy Flir. Dlatego mi reklamy na Facebooku Flira się wyświetlały.
And you'll see those pilots begin to get attracted up toward that descent stage as they're pulled up. And this is as planned. There they go. They got yanked up right before, and then we'll see the descent stage begin to turn and descend and head out toward the northwest with the umbilical dangling behind it. Since the rover was pointed almost directly to southeast, the descent stage chose to go toward the back. That's also to make sure, of course, that the engines don't plume the rover. That we don't damage the rover.
Ctrl F3 i masz
that engine thrust. So we sent that descent stage off to the northwest, which Jessica will show you about in a little bit. So I can and have watched those videos for hours and keep seeing new stuff every time. So I invite you all to do that too. So now I'll turn it over to Justin, who will talk to you a little bit about the images we've been taking on the ground.
All right, thank you, Al. I'm Justin Mackey. I'm the Mars 2020 Perseverance imaging scientist here, and I develop imaging systems at JPL.
Teraz może powiesz, że...
And when Dave asked me to help out with the development about 6 years ago, I was really excited about it. It would be challenging and interesting, and even possibly spectacular, but I had no idea that it would be this amazing. And we are so happy and proud, and I just want to thank Dave and Matt for just giving us the leadership and giving us the chance to do this. Like Matt and Nick and Jennifer and Rick and others on the project, I've actually worked on a project and as part of my job, I review images from Mars like every day. That's what I do. I have to say, it was truly amazing. I know it's been a tough year for everybody. I'm hoping that maybe these images will help brighten people's day. Your smartphones and make them your screen backgrounds and things. I'm just really happy that it all worked out. So now we're on Mars, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing over the weekend. We deployed the RSM. Let's go to the first picture. There's a picture of the remote sensing mast, the RSM, which is that mast on the rover, and you can see the navigation cameras up there, the left and right navigation cameras, or nav cams as we call them. This is another new imaging system that we've developed here specifically for the 2020 mission. These cameras represent a pretty significant advancement over previous imaging systems that we've flown. These are 20 megapixel color cameras with very high resolution and wide angle lenses that we use to basically map out the surface as the rover drives, and then we use these images to do planning and things. And so the first thing we did after we deployed the mast is we started imaging the surface. So the next slide shows one of our first images from the cameras. This image is actually in low resolution mode. So it's 1/4 of the full resolution of the camera.
O, jest zdjęcie.
Shrunk down. But you can see right there the vista that we're seeing. This is the rover, obviously.
Kurde, ale jak płasko w ogóle.
Material that landed
Mimo
on the
wszystko,
deck.
nie?
But everything looks in good shape, and so we're using these images to inspect not only the vehicle but the surface around us.
W ogóle kostka brukowa sobie leży.
You can see the wheels there. This is the same surface you just saw in the EDL cam videos. You can see some of the scouring that the rocket.
No zwykłe kamienie, czym tu się zachwycać?
So we can take pictures of it, dust it off for us. The next slide shows a view looking out towards the south, and this just an amazing scene here. This is it. This is Mars. We're here in our place that we're going to be exploring over the next months and coming years, and it's just really exciting to see. These scenes look familiar to us. They look Earth-like in a sense. You see the mountains back there and the rocks and things. It's just really is the surface of an alien world, and we just arrived. You can also see some more scouring there over on the right. The next image looks over towards the west. You can see the delta out there in the horizon, and again more scouring from the rocket plumes. And then we take all of these images, stitch them together in panoramas, and so that the next frame shows the full panorama from the nav cam. We're still working out calibration and things, so this is approximate color, but it just gives you a feel for the vista here that our new environment that we're going to explore.
Kurwa, swoje tego dzika.
Will join us in
seeing these images. Today we're going to be releasing a whole slew of raw images. It's been a fire hose of data, basically. We have thousands of images already from the EDL cameras, nav cams. You've seen the has cams. And so we will be putting those out on the website today for people to download and process yourself, or just look at the great picture. Find your favorite picture and make it your screen background. And then the last image that I just wanted to point out is the first image, one of the first images from the Mastcam Z camera. This is another next generation imaging system on the rover. Jim Bell is the PI. I'm the deputy PI for this, working with our industry partners, MS Cube, down in San Diego. This is just a fantastic imaging system. This is a preview of things to come. This system has a zoom lens on it.
Ale to ciekawe, jak ten, no bo kurde na Marsie przecież inaczej będzie działał zegar słoneczny.
On the far right, you can see those cables where they have been cut in the video that you just saw. So there's kind of a close-up of that. And then just in the middle, to the left of that black instrument, that's the rover upload camera. That's the camera that actually took the video of the SkyTrain as we were coming down. And then in the bottom of the frame is the Mastcam Z calibration target set. There's two of them. There's the circular one with the shadow post, and then the color chips on the bottom. There's another cal target in the back. That's the SuperCam instrument. Our partners from Los Alamos and in France. We're going to be commissioning SuperCam over the next few days. And then finally, just as a teaser, I'll point out that there is a little antenna there to the right on that box. Center right. That is the helicopter antenna. It's the helicopter base station location. And preview of things to come. We're excited about that as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to talk about latest status.
All right, thank you, Justin. I know you can attest firsthand to being in the control room and the excitement that everybody has been experiencing, seeing all these images from the surface. And as they come down, we're immediately sharing them, and everybody clapping and smiles all around. Great camera suite. So I am happy to report that Perseverance is healthy and continuing with activities as we have been planning them over the first few sols on the surface. To date, which is really only just 3 sols of activities and one more, and coming up later this afternoon. We've commanded items out. We've executed 5,000. Lots of instructions to the vehicle for her to perform, and having everything back exactly how we've been wanting it to with respect to our health checkout.
Oni w ogóle 3 miliony wbili
checkout. So things have been going well. A couple key highlights. So we have fired and replaced our launch lock restraints to allow alarm mechanisms to be deployed. We saw the remote sensing mast. But one of those also being the high gain antenna. Now, this is important for the high gain antenna to be deployed. It increases our upload rate.
To będzie for sure, for sure.
Allow us to send
A koniki takie fajne jeszcze, jakbyś siodło sobie musiał zrobić, na pewno to będzie, że siodło i
można by było tą.
Że stajnie mu musisz zrobić, żeby tam, żeby go tam,
jakąś rikszę z wózeczkiem.
O taki, no. A potem wiesz,
zdechłem.
A potem następny.
Mogę ci zaznaczyć.
Następny level, taki wiesz, zwykły wóz, nie? Jak ten.
Tutaj.
Relay all of the information that we, all these beautiful images that we are looking
Czekaj.
Remote sensing mast.
Jakie fajne.
Nie zginąłem.
Phenomenal and as expected. And
Ja zginąłem
all of our
tutaj.
instruments have gone through their initial checkouts, and we're happy to report that they are all performing nominally and as expected. Now, when I say nominal, it really means fantastic, because we can't wait to continue to use this.
No to mówiłem, kurde, ty tam.
Our backup computer was turned on yesterday, and that was in preparation for our upcoming flight software transition, which we will be performing over the next few days. And the Ingenuity helicopter has also been checked out. We have performed a battery charging event, which we will continue to perform over the weeks to come in preparation for that aspect of the mission. But looking ahead, we are excited to be
Pokazywali zdjęcia jakieś przed chwilą, nie?
flight software. Is a much more surface capable, a lot more capabilities for the surface maintenance as part of this flight software load. It will take us a few days to transition, but once we're on that load, it will allow us to do further in-depth checkouts of the instrument, as well as deploy the robotic arm and exercise some of the current items that you see in the we have our coring drilling center, our pixel and Sherlock instruments mounted to the side, and that black ink is to support the gas dust removal tool, which will remove dust from the surfaces that we will be inspecting later. So coming up here, the wheels, as you notice in the image now, are off to the side. We will be performing a wiggle. We'll straighten those up. We'll do a short drive, and as I mentioned, deploy the robotic arm, and then continue with further in-depth checkouts. So we are very excited to be happily on the surface and exercising our system and looking forward to what's ahead. So going back to our partnership with the larger Mars spacecraft and science teams and community, we're really excited that the MRO spacecraft, Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, and the HiRISE team was able to find our hardware on the surface of Mars. So if you see in this image, if the next pop-up, you can see that we have the descent stage, the parachute, and the heat shield all here in this image. With a few stats here, the descent stage is about 700 meters away from where Perseverance is on the surface. Parachute is about 1.2 kilometers, and the heat shield about 1.5 kilometers. And so it's
to jest co, w kilometrach to się liczy już, nie? Bo to jest całkiem spory teren.
And as a special treat, the HiRISE image was able to actually acquire the entry, descent, landing event from their perspective, and we can never have enough images of this activity. So this is a fantastic view. But I'm going to send it back to Dave here. He, as part of this suite, we have one more surprise, or one more gift, I'll say, that we've been able to receive from this.
Thanks, Jessica. So I think we probably have overloaded your visual sense for a little bit, but we're going to do something a little bit different, and I'm going to have some fun for a second too, so I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to talk to you now with this. This is the microphone that was part of the EDO camera system. When the EDO cam system was first envisioned, it was set up as just a bunch of cameras. There were actually some amazing imagery on the surface of Mars. And about a year or so after it was first conceived, I got a phone call, another call from NASA. Talking to headquarters, asked the question, could we possibly put a microphone?
No, to jest właśnie mikrofon, który miał polecieć, ale zapowiedzieliśmy zamontować.
So we work at the team. So we started off the details.
No, tak miał wyglądać.
Identifying a microphone that would work for us. About a year after this first started,
pasuje tam do wejścia, który daje fenomenalny dźwięk, tylko
the decision had come down and we were working to actually include a microphone onto
zupełnie przypadkowo.
And after the tour was done, a gal came up.
Zapomnieliśmy go zamontować. Już zakręciliśmy pokrywę i chuj. Nie będziemy tego odkręcać teraz.
Appreciative, and I asked her afterwards, I said, I'm curious, why is it that this relates to you? And her response was that her sister was visually impaired. She was not able to see these images that we saw earlier, or that we sent down in the past. And while she tries to describe them to her, she felt that she just can't quite capture that same sense of amazement that she gets when she gets things visually. And that by actually getting a microphone at the surface of Mars, the hope was that she'd be able to experience things on Mars the same way that she was when she actually looked at them. And that stuck with me. we continue to work super hard to make sure that this microphone, and that's part of the reason we were disappointed why it didn't work when we actually went and did our entry, descent, landing sequence. I wish I had actually captured that individual's name. I would love to reach out to her now and say, you've done it. I hope your sister is enjoying it. Because what I'm going to show you in a second, or what you're going to hear in a second, is actually the first sounds being recorded from the surface of Mars. So there are 2 microphones on the Perseverance vehicle. There's this microphone here, which is part of the entry, descent, and landing system, and there's a second microphone that's on the SuperCam instrument. And we're counting on both of these instruments, recording some absolutely amazing sounds from the surface of Mars. So with that, I invite you now to, if you'd like to close your eyes, and just imagine yourself sitting on the surface of Mars and listening to the surroundings. If I could have the first one, please. So that gentle whirl that happens in the background, that is a noise made by the rover. But yes, what you did hear 10 seconds in was an actual wind gust on the surface of Mars, picked up by the microphone, and sent back to us here on Earth. The analysis indicates that was around a 5 meter per second type of wind gust. So we can sit here now and actually tell you that we have recorded sound from the surface of Mars. So we have a second one, which basically further reduced the noise of the rover, so you can just hear what the wind would sound like on Mars. And once again, I invite you to sit back and have a listen to what it would sound like to be on Mars.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's really neat, overwhelming, if you will. I can't remember what I was going to go and say next. So looking forward to doing some amazing things with the microphones going forward. We need to work with the ops team. There's some great science that they're looking to do. We're hopeful that we continue to use these microphones, both the SuperCam microphone and the video microphone, to capture sounds, perhaps the rocks interacting with the surface. I think the camera's going to use theirs to get some great data of them zapping rocks. So as you've heard and will continue to hear, we're just beginning to do amazing things on the surface of Mars. And now Ken is going to talk to you a little bit about the science that we've done to date and what they're looking forward to doing as we continue to move forward.
Thanks, Dave. And I'll start by just taking this opportunity to say to Matt, Dave, Al, and everybody else on this fantastic team, thank you for the ride of a lifetime. That is just incredible, what we've seen today, and what I'm sure we'll continue to see as the mission unfolds. So with all the focus on these spectacular videos and audio, we wanted to make sure to remind you that there's plenty of science going on already, with hundreds of team members poring over every new image. So if we can get the first of those images, as you'll see in this NavCam frame, we start with what may seem like very basic observations: light rocks, dark rocks, holy rocks, that's holy with an E. We use these very generic terms at this early stage until we have more data that allow us to test our hypotheses and make more confident interpretations. Follow along with the mission and you'll see that this is a theme. As we get closer, our view of Mars continues to resolve and a coherent story emerges. Next image, please. Finally, I just want to briefly point out that we are finding real science value in these EDLCam videos. Here you can see a beautiful new perspective on the Jezero Delta. And if we can get the next image, also a new perspective on some of the beautiful stratigraphy around our landing site, which is up near on the far right side of this image. So now to put all of this in context for us, I'll hand it over to Dr. Tom Zurbuchen.
Taki gifcie gościu walczy z trolem.
What we've seen here today is really nothing short of amazing. You know, perhaps you've had moments like this before. Some of you have told me that I was too young to remember, but they had a moment like that, for example, when they observed the first landing on the moon. They had moments like that where it felt that we took a big leap, not just in this case because of at JPL or at NASA, but a big leap as humanity. Of course, it's a leap that was enabled by work over decades, and on this mission for close to a decade. So what's possible today, or what feels possible, is different even than yesterday. It's how it feels to make history, and that's how I feel today. I'm so moved by this. Wow. The video of Perseverance descent and landing and the amazing panorama and the first wide landscape shot of Jezero Crater seen with human eyes and the first Martian sounds are the closest you can get to landing on Mars without putting on a pressure suit. That video, I believe, should become mandatory viewing for young people who not only want to explore
No tylko
other
no to
worlds,
takie miejsce jest, no bo to
build
nie
spacecraft and
będzie
take
tak,
them
że...
there, but also want to be part of diverse teams achieving all the audacious goals of our future. At the center of that is a team, and I'll ask for the next image. Now you should know, I met this team. I see me there in a dark suit next to Dr. Laurie Glaze, the Planetary Division Director, and Al, he just talked to you, is on his knee in there, and he entered the Ascend and Landing team, and we met him just hours before that historic landing. And I love this picture because, of course, the event today demonstrates that the human aspect of exploration.
Nie, akurat sranie musiało
That
wziąć.
is, of course, every reason for what we can do at NASA and also why we do things. Video and audio images here provided to us are from the surface of Mars, and sometimes we forget if we look at that. Well, Hogwarts shouldn't get all the fun. I want to make sure that all of us on Earth see and feel what it's like to be on Mars and explore other worlds. I'm so excited for the more than 1 million students who joined the Mars Student
No
Challenge.
pewnie same silniki.
And many more across the world will be inspired by the images released today
Wow,
and even
yeah.
yesterday. Their journey is also just the beginning. Just imagine Perseverance sitting on a hill,
Na podstawie mikrofonu.
recording the next Martian landing with a cargo that is basically a rocket, and then the
No
first
to jest
from another world
15 km na godzinę.
for Earth are collected by Perseverance now in the near future. Imagine for the entry, descent, and landing of the first human crew on the planetary surface sometime in the
Czemu to
future.
nawet 20 na godzinę?
Future
Jeden.
Jak się tak
1 metr na sekundę to jest 3,6 km na godzinę.
Imagine the goals we can achieve together. So what is possible? Sometimes to address that question, it's good to look back and think where we've come from, just like my friend
Co to dobrze, że nie było takiego podczas lądowania, bo
O
był
nie!
problem.
I don't want to show this next image of Sojourner, the Pathfinder mission.
Kurde, nie no, fajnie, że się...
Ratować wózek! Ratować wózek, bo zaraz rozpierdolę!
Ultimately lasted for 85 Earth days in 1997. I remember that really distinctly. True Pathfinder indeed.
No oni w ogóle na początku pokazywali jakiś, nie wiem, rysunek koncepcyjny to był jakiegoś gościa tam z 1000... Że tam na dole jest skala 150... Ja nie widzę, bo w kuchni jestem. Tam była właśnie na dole ołówkiem takim skala 150 km napisana.
Chodź tam nie się skup.
For us for the next shine leaps, and here's a picture that we're putting up that is one of the many pictures that we're releasing, and of course it's a picture, one of my absolute favorite, and that the picture is the sample caching system on there, because it's that sample caching system that will connect this mission to the samples that will bring back to Earth and other historic feat we're working on. This system is on the surface of Mars now.
Wbitym, a może te zdjęcia z Greta.
We packed it up from JPL and moved it over. Then, of course, launched it from the top of a rocket. This, my friends, is one of the indelible moments in NASA's history. What we can see and what we can learn and what we can hope for in the future and the extraordinary emotions that it makes us feel all of us coming together. That human element will our future at Mars, which is bright indeed. And it will fuel the dreams of a new generation and will return to Mars and also study the samples that we will eventually bring home. I'm so grateful to this team and literally that thousands both at JPL within the US and around the world.
A nie, to już miałeś. Znaczy, miałeś. Jakbyś się postarał, to byś śledził.
The raw image pipeline is opening up. Please go take a look at these data.
Myślę, że wtedy byłeś bardziej zajęty oddzielaniem takiego gówna od piasku w pustyni.
What can you find in these pictures?
Nie?
And who's going to compose the first piece of music?
9.5 jesteś? No.
Mike, Matt, Jennifer, Al, many of you leaders, could not be more proud of both you and your team. On behalf of our entire NASA leadership team, a heartfelt and proud to you.
Spoko, chyba wszyscy tu jesteśmy skręceni.
I'm so glad for your idea about these. We will learn a lot from that, much more than we ever expected. And of course, this is just the start. The surface team, the real work starts now to evaluate the surrounding and start a plan and our trajectory across just
ja na to patrzę dobrze, bo jestem
and there are lots of discussions. It's that science in action.
No ale wiesz,
Stay with us.
kilka dni.
Much more.
No, ale wiesz, jak kilka dni, tak naprawdę cały rok edukacyjny wszedł dupę, nie? Miałem koleżankę z 3 stycznia gimnazjum.
Countdown to Mars. Now, starting on the phone line is Bill Harwood from CBS News.
Yeah, hi. I guess it's a paralysis on that. I mean, other than the loose spring you guys saw in the heat shield, is there anything at all in that video that looked all phenomenal? I mean, you know, it looked like it was almost textbook. And I'm not saying that just to, I don't know, give you free praise, but I didn't see, I don't see anything like that. So, is there anything? Thanks.
And I can take that one. We've been going over those videos and looking for anything that could be wrong, and also looking at the rest of the data. And we did have a pretty clean run through entry, descent, and landing. There are a couple of bits of the parachute lid that came off. Some of that was expected. In fact, we knew that there was some risk of that as well. And there was, if you look at the video, you can actually see a chunk. That's the radome. It's a cover. For one of the Logan antennas we used during cruise and also during part of EDL, that came off. We had hoped that it wouldn't, and we tried to restrain it a little bit better, but we knew that it was a risk that it might. So that's something we noticed that's on there as well. There's a couple other little things that we've been taking a look at, but I think you're in general right that the entry, descent, and landing system behaved as expected, and it did what it had to do. Especially given, and a big shout out to the terrain relative navigation system, which put us down in the safest spot that was available to us. The places that we had to choose from weren't great if we didn't have something like terrain relative navigation. So, yeah, the landing system worked great.
Okay, thanks, Al. And up next, we have Marcia Dunn from the Associated Press.
Yes, hi. Wonderful video. I'm just wondering, did the JPL team get to see snippets coming down of the video, and then, or did you have to wait until this 1 minute video was put together? What was the reaction when you first saw the video and laid eyes on it? And for David, why do you think the mic didn't work during descent? Thank you.
The first part. I had trouble leaving this mission support area this week just because I kept waiting for every little bit of information to come back from, particularly from these cameras, but from the vehicle in general. And I can tell you, every time we got something, people were overjoyed, giddy. They were like kids, you know, in a candy store, you know, we get a thumbnail, which literally is just a really low-res, blobby-looking thing of one of those videos that came down first, and we'd just be falling on the floor excited with what we were seeing, and that's before even the high-res came. You know, there's a lot of people that have contributed to this entry, descent, and landing system. Our chief engineer, Adam Stelzner, happens to be here in the studio. He was kind of the father of the sky crane system that started 15 years ago for him. He and his team have never seen this system operate before, not even on the Earth, because we can't test it on the Earth. So this is the first time we've had a chance as engineers to actually see what we designed. And I just can't, it's hard for me to express just how emotional it was and how exciting it was for everybody as we got this information down. I'll turn it over to Dave to say a couple words.
Before you said that, can I just chime in on the first image of Justin? I will say, when we get these first images, any of these imaging systems, the test images never look as good as the real thing. It's not even close. In fact, it's very hard to simulate a lot of these things, especially these, you know, sky cranes and things. And so the images that we normally see during test programs are, you know, there's always like a ladder in the background, or the lighting's never quite right, or there's a car. In the case of the EO cams, we had to target that parking lot. And we were dodging cars to try to do our test thing. And so that moment that you get these images from Mars, it's kind of an electric feeling where it's just all this snaps into place. Pictures that are just like perfectly, you know, they're pictures of Mars and kind of just simulating here on Earth. And I think that we all experience that, especially after we go through testing. And the images don't really look that great. And, you know, people get skeptical, like, are these cameras really that great? Because, you know, that looks like a garage or something. So it's just amazing to get these pictures, and I think we all feel that way, because we're all seeing pictures of insides of
wiesz, czasem jedna sekunda robi różnicę.
It's amazing to get these photos from Mars. Okay.
Także to niekoniecznie wiesz. Jest tak, że jak zatruty, to mogę, wiesz.
Kind of realized what we had. I was sitting at home, and my phone started to go off, and I was getting FaceTimes from people who were in the MSA. And what was happening was that they were starting to show them on the monitors that we have hanging on the wall. And people were turning their phones around and saying, "Well, you got to see this reaction." And people were just jumping up and down and giddy and ecstatic, and it was a great feeling. I mean, from where I was sitting, I not only was excited to see these videos that we had captured, it was also the fact that a lot of people had put in a lot of effort in to make this system work. And to actually reward that effort and to pay it back and get this excitement going, it made me super happy. I was glad to see that all the hard work, all the dedication had come in, and that everyone was just excited about not only what we had captured, but also what this mission could do going forwards. It was a great feeling. It was a feeling I won't forget for quite some time. And then regarding the question about the microphone, we started to look at it. What we think happened is that there was a
that was trying to do some French fry.
The device that is responsible for digitizing the analog signals that the microphone picked up and then passing them back to the computer that actually stores all the data. We're not exactly sure why it happened. It could have been a fact that it was just so much data streaming into the system. We tested it, but, you know, obviously everything's a little bit different from Mars than we actually have here on the ground. So we were pretty quickly able to determine we didn't think there was a hardware issue with the microphone, which is why we were able to approach the project and get their concurrence to try to turn the microphone on, then on that SOL2 boundary. It's just unfortunate that error happened during EDL, and we just weren't able to record any of the data that we generated during the sequence.
All right. Thanks. And up next we have Chris Davenport from the Washington Post.
Hi. Thanks for taking the time and for showing us. I really appreciate it. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the cameras that were used to record the video. And they were specially designed, maybe by a commercial company called FLIR Systems. Just curious to know, like, what goes into, you know, designing a camera that's sustain the G's, the blasters, the thrusters, everything that it's got to go through to capture that images. Thanks.
Good. So the cameras were originally purchased from a company called Point Grey, which was then bought out by FLIR. And I can tell you that the modifications we made to the camera were minimal. This was not a camera specifically designed for use on Mars. You can purchase the same camera off the internet for whatever applications you might have for it. The only things we did is we actually added some bonding material on the inside to try to make sure that in the dynamic environment of launch and then that mortar fire event that we talked about, that the camera will continue to operate. And then we had to swap out a couple pieces on the inside because in the vacuum of space they had the ability to outgas material, and if that material deposited itself on the detector, then we wouldn't get the clear images that we actually got. But other than that, it was not specially designed for use for this application. It is a commercial off-the-shelf camera.
Thank you. And up next we have Michael Sheets from CNBC.
Hi, congratulations again on capturing stunning footage of this landing. I'm curious on two aspects. I mean, one, Adam Seltzer, you know, you had said that in 15 years since he really engineered the sky crane, he never actually seen it in operation. I'm curious what Adam thinks about seeing this work on a planet, and secondarily, how this informs and how being able to actually see the landing informs future missions, even as NASA looks to one day land astronauts. You know, what does this really teach you about trying to get people on the surface of Mars?
Well, let's see. Adam's not up here, but I can channel him for just a moment, perhaps, and tell you that. You know, this is a thrill of a lifetime, I think, not just for Adam, but all the people that contributed to this architecture development back on Curiosity. I remember when we first briefed this system, you know, with the supersonic parachutes and you know, multi-body systems, and we're going to lower this thing on a tether, and people just looked at us like we were insane. You know, and Adam and his team, of which Al was part, you know, they kept at it, and they explained why it made sense. They explained why it was robust. They explained why it would work. It was not easy to build, I will tell you that, as the flight manager on Curiosity. But once you build it and once you test it, it's something that really is designed inherently to interact with the uncertainties that first throws at you, and so I think being able to see his system operate like this, you know, in high definition, landing at Jezero, you know, it doesn't get too much better than that, I don't think. So I'm going to throw it to Al. He can maybe say a few words about the types of technologies and information that we have on the technologies on the system and information we got getting back from EDL and will be getting back as part of our reconstruction activity that feed into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can talk about a lot of things. I mean, but as Matt mentioned, you know, as a fresh-faced kid, when this guy was invented and I was in that room, and it's amazing to see it finally in action. Even though we knew it worked once, we didn't know for sure it was going to work again, and then for it to work again, and then for us to see it is incredible. And just starting with Sky Crane there, you can see some things that I think are going to be useful to the future. One thing that's, of course, of a lot of interest, especially as we start landing bigger things, is the plume-ground interaction. The interaction between those rockets and what they're doing to the ground and how they kick things around. And we've got great video of that here this time, both from the rover download camera and the descent stage download camera. You can see how those how they create those scours and stuff gets pushed together and creates a sheet underneath the rover. We can see that all occurring. So that's super useful. The parachute stuff too, one thing we didn't show
No i byłby wiatr, to przejebane.
parachute download cameras, the two that we got, are at 75 frames per second. So we can see that inflation that only occurs in 0.7 seconds, in less than a second. You see that snap open and look at all the details of how it unfolds and how it's symmetrically inflated. And all those things are very useful for future missions, both whether they're landing more things than people or stuff and then people. SRL, other missions are going to use, future missions like the sample retrieval mission, are likely going to use things like parachutes and rockets, of course. So we're very interested in seeing how those cameras and what we see in those camera images can teach us about how those systems are actually performing and make our systems more robust in the future.
Thanks, Alan, Matt. Up next, we have Ken Chang from the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering if you could give me a few more details about how the data came back. So there's 30 gigabytes that was collected. How much has come back, and what was the data rate that you were able to send them information back? Thank you.
Maybe Jessica can...
So I can say that as part of our commissioning activity, we actually walked the data rate up over the course of different overflights with the orbiters. And so we start with a lower rate, 2,000, 8,000, and then we increase that into an adaptive data rate with the orbiter, in which we can continue to go many megabits, I'm sorry, 2 meg, 8 meg, and then much further beyond that over the course. The total volume that I don't have off the top of my head, and so maybe, I don't know if that's something that we can provide for you later.
How many images we got back? Yeah, we counted. So we counted yesterday that we're releasing today. There was about 4,500 that we've gotten so far that we're pushing out to the web today. And I will mention that when the orbiters fly overhead, the comm passes typically return, let's say, 500 to 900 megabits per pass. And we've had, I don't know, we've had a lot of them now, like 5 or 10 of them.
We typically had about 2 to 3 overflights per night. And it does vary. The rates I was referring to are the communication rates from the rover to the orbiter. And then once that's collected, then we're anywhere from, some passes smaller, 80 to 100, and where we've had other passes which have been significant amounts of data up at 700. And so it is variable per orbiter and per orientation.
Yeah. And I want to add one more thing I wanted to mention about the camera technology and then this data. We hadn't mentioned it, but in addition to use commercial cameras, we're using a commercial computer, an Intel-based PC. It's running Linux, open source. So it's the first open source, at least that I know of, open source Linux box running on the surface of Mars. Actually, inside the rover, it's quite compact. And so there's the Linux operating system. And we compress the video using FFmpeg, which is another open source tool. So thank you to the open source community for allowing us to use your amazing software. Appreciate it.
I just very briefly, I just want to note, as Jessica said, you saw some of the terrific imagery from the Mars Reconnaissance. We've been getting fantastic support from the orbiter community, not just MRO, for that imagery in the comms, but also from Maven, which is a Goddard spacecraft, from Odyssey, one of our older orbiters, and the ESA European trace gas orbiter as well. Some of the biggest data volume passes we've had brought back a lot of this imagery, came from our partners in Europe, and thank you all to them.
Okay, and up next on the phone lines is Mike Wall from space.com.
Thank you all for doing this, and yeah, it's really an amazing video. Thanks for sharing it. It's a question for Dave. What do you anticipate doing maybe with the EDL mic now that it's up and running? Do you see it having any kind of diagnostic uses during the deployments of the robotic arm and sort of like the instrument checkouts and so forth? I mean, what do you see it doing aside from recording Martian wind and the sound of the dirt under the wheels and so on? Thank you.
Yes, we've had a lot of discussion about how we might be able to use both the EDL cam microphone and the super cam microphone to do those type of diagnostic stuff. I mean, the ops team right now, I don't want to speak for Jessica, but they're focused on getting the system deployed, and capturing noise of that is definitely not the first priority. They need to focus on getting this vehicle ready to perform some amazing science. But that doesn't mean in the future we could not sit down and discuss the possibility of capturing audio files of an actuator as it actually spins on the surface of Mars. The noise is an incredible thing that engineers can use to basically detect the health of moving systems, gears and actuators and things like that. And so if we get a snapshot of actuator today, and you can compare over time, do another snapshot, another audio file of that actuator in the future, compare the two and see if there's anything that can be learned in terms of the health of that device. Now, with that said, I do need to remind everybody that the microphone that's in the EDL camera system, just like all of the cameras and other hardware, is off-the-shelf hardware. It is not designed to live in the hostile environment of Mars. It gets down 120 degrees plus below zero at night, and then it warms up significantly more in the day to what, minus 40 or something like that. So those temperature cycles in that cold temperature are going to significantly limit the life of these devices. They're just not designed to last for long periods of time. The SuperCam microphone might continue to work. It actually is designed a little bit more, for this particular environment. It can last longer. So I think, you know, as you heard, I think Dr. Z mentioned earlier, we're always surprised by how rugged and robust some of our items are, how long they actually last. You know, they continue to operate far longer than we designed them. We've gotten pretty lucky over the last couple of days. Perhaps we'll get lucky and the hardware will continue to operate on the surface of Mars and allow us to do those types of diagnostic things in the future. I don't know, Jess, you want to add anything more about how you might consider using them?
Well, I can say that application was one of the things that we had projected and tested and wanted to make sure that even though this was a capability that was part of the cruise and entry, descent and landing software package that we're operating right now, we've also carried that capability forward into our surface software. And so, assuming the hardware is good, we're ready to use it.
Yeah, and I will mention to the question, we actually have gotten requests from instrument teams wanting to turn on the microphone to observe their instrument functioning. Moxie is one of the instruments. It's going to be generating oxygen, has compressors and scroll pumps and things. And they actually want us to use the microphones to do diagnostic acoustic measurements. So I actually think that this might become something that all rovers might want, because everybody knows that when you hear something squeaking, it's diagnostic. Maybe you need to check it out, and it tells you a little bit about how it works. And so we will find out how these get used. It's actually kind of exciting, and we're getting requests from the teams. So we're working to put those into the plan.
I hope it does survive long enough so that we can hear those wheels crunch over the surface of the planet, because I think we would hear it. And I think it'd be great to hear that big rotary percussive jackhammer drill taking that first sample of a rock on Mars as well. I think we'd hear that also. So I'm hopeful that our little microphone will hang in there for some of those events.
Great, and up next is Lisa Grossman from Science News.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. The video is amazing, and a lot of it looks a lot like the animations that you've shown before the landing to kind of advertise this. Excuse me. Going forward, how will you distinguish the video that is the real video from the animations to kind of make it clear to people what they're looking at and keep them from getting confused or not be fuel for conspiracy theorists saying we haven't actually done this?
I guess I could try to take that one. I mean, I think we should label very clearly which ones are from Mars and not. I think it's clear to a lot of us, but I think you're right, given the way that the animation's been pretty good. I get a sense for how that could be confusing. I think we should label them going forward. Now that we have this kind of video, we should be clear what's real.
It's a great problem to have.
Exactly. I mean, it's an amazing problem to have.
Justin, do you have anything thoughts?
Yeah, I can attest to it's real. It's actually real. I know, because I know the data very well. It's stunning and it's real. And that was our thought too when we first saw it. We're like, wow, this looks like, doesn't look real, but it is, and that's what's so amazing about it. And you know, I know I've seen some of the video games are pretty good. You know, second glance, you look at a sports game and it looks like it's real, but it's fake. But this is actually real stuff, and that's why it's so exciting. And I actually just want to say, for those of you that want to go watch the video, personally I like watching like quarter speed or even slower, because there's so much detail in there that anyone who's done animations knows that would take a lot of time to do. And it all happened so quickly, and the camera cut everything, and so that's how we know it's real, because we know so much about there's just so much detail. That's one way that you could look at. But yeah.
Jeden gościu na YouTube fajne eksperymenty zrobił. Nie wiem, czy widzieliście. Stary chyba.
We had a discussion about
Wziąłem sobie akwarium normalne.
and the fact that
jakieś roślinki w tym akwarium były cały czas. I z czasem, z ubiegiem czasu tam się jakieś te krewetki pojawiły. Pojawił się nawet ten, jakieś raki małe. I taka rybka nawet się pojawiła. Jak gościu wrzucił do akwarium ugotowaną marchewkę, to jak z czasem no, było widać, jak jest zjadana, to krewetki były na tyle młode, że były jeszcze przezroczyste i było widać ich w układach pokarmowych tę marchewkę.
Kind of last minute, and you know, as the rover's getting built, the people slap things on and they're not in the drawing, so the animators don't pick it up. And that's another thing that's amazing about this video. Every single detail is in there, so encourage people to look at it.
Thanks, Justin. It really is a beautiful detail. Now we have a social media question to take. Jerome on Twitter asks, some pictures we can see dirt and small rocks inside the real wheel rim. Was this expected, and will it become an issue if more dust and sand is picked up along the way?
I can speak to that. So it's not uncommon for us to have rocks and dirt inside the wheels, either from the landing event or as we're driving across the surface. You'll also notice on the deck, we also experienced some of that debris coming down on top of the rover. And we design our mechanisms for these conditions so we don't expect any issue with the material from the landing event or as we continue to rove across the surface.
Thanks, Jessica. And right now we have a call from Eric Berger on ARS Technica.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for doing this. Congratulations on such a stunning array of photos and videos. Al Chen mentioned dust earlier, and it was striking as the spacecraft got close to the surface how much was kicked up. It's a 1-ton rover. It's pretty sizable, but you know when you're talking about human missions, it's much larger. So, you know, what does being able to see this dust tell us about the challenge of landing future kind of much larger spacecraft on Mars? Is that something that you're going to have to account for, and if you know, is it going to be a really significant issue to deal with? So thank you.
Yeah, I think I can take that one. I mean, I think, you know, as most people know, right there, as far as I'm aware, there are no landing pads on Mars or barges that we can land on prepared places. So we're going to have to deal with, especially for means propulsion, we're going to have to deal with this plume-ground interaction. And it's really difficult. It's difficult to get right, to get the modeling right, to get to understand it, or even to do a real test that shows a good impression of what you're going to come down on. Especially when you don't know exactly where you're going and what the terrain's like. And what the ground processes are where you're coming down. So I do think this is a big challenge for us going forward. And that's why collecting this information here is useful. We can certainly begin to see how it actually behaves in real life and see how things begin to move and what the scours are like. And we have a vehicle that'll tell us what the ground that we happen to land on is like. And we know how we were commanding those engines and where they were pointing. So we have a rich treasure trove here that we can use to kind of get at that kind of challenge. But because I do think it's a big one, especially as we start to land heavier and heavier things with bigger engines.
And up next on the phone lines is Joey Roulette from The Verge.
Doing that. Earlier you mentioned that scientists are already pouring through the thousands and thousands of images. And I was just wondering what about the surface or the rocks that you guys have seen so far from these images are standing out and kind of what has been interesting from a scientific perspective. Thanks.
There?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So you can go online and see that image that was put up during little bit there, but we're noticing basically the different colors and textures and so one thing that's striking to me, standing out to me and some of us, is that a lot of the rocks that are labeled as light rocks seem to have a rough texture, whereas some of the darker rocks further afield that are higher standing, more like large boulders, seem to be smoother. That can mean something about the grain size and the potentially the composition. of the rocks themselves. One of the things we're noting as the resolution gets better is that these light rocks closer to the foreground may actually be kind of dark on the inside, and that the light tone we see may be largely due to dust covering, and where the rocks stand up a bit higher and have less dust, they tend to appear dark. So a lot of, new patterns are emerging. And then, of course, one of the most exciting and interesting things are these, what we call the holy rocks, that are, in some cases right under our wheels, and these smaller cobbles that are right around the rover. I didn't mention, but one of the possibilities for those holes is that they are what we would call vesicles, which would be to the gas escape from a volcanic rock. We're not calling them vesicles at this point because it's important for us to stay open to the different possible interpretations and not get locked in yet on limited data. But if they are a volcanic rock, that is enormously important to us, because it potentially provides an opportunity to get a really nice radiometric age or an absolute date if a sample like that comes back to Earth. But then again, if you go back to images from many previous Mars missions, rovers and otherwise, you'll see that wind abrasion can cause those sorts of holes in all different types of rocks. So just a few of the thoughts that are emerging, and then of course we're starting to get views of the Delta Front now, which just have us, on cloud nine, looking at some of the targets further afield that we're excited to explore.
Can we have another question? Astro from Astronomy Magazine.
No.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I guess this is a question for Al, and I was just wondering if you could speak to the performance of the landing vision system, if you've gotten a chance to dive into that, how the range figure and terrain relative navigation really performed, and just sort of what it was thinking, how it was making its decisions as it descended. And then when you look at its performance and its accuracy, how do you judge it, and can you see that improvement over Curiosity?
Wiesz, yeah, that'd be great. I was really hoping for a chance to speak to that a little bit, actually. The lander's the terrain relative navigation system really did great. In fact, there's some stats, right? Based on the targeted. Well, we took many images on the way down. We got tons of landmarks. We were really very able to match up what we saw with our onboard map. It was almost perfect, better than many of our field tests or even simulations. So we got a very good lock on where we were. And in fact, when you combine that with our safe target selection and where we flew to, we only missed the targeted pixel by about 5 meters. So we were aiming for a particular spot on the planet once it decided what was reachable and what the safest spot was. And given how well the lander vision system performed and our system in flying us there, we only missed by 5 meters. So that was really great. I mean, I think we really showed that this system can do what we wanted it to do in helping us figure out where to go and go to a safe spot.
Great, thanks, Al. We have so many questions coming in that we are going to keep the phone lines open for a little while longer. Press *1 to get in our queue. For now, I'm going to take a social media question from Bob on Twitter, who asks, how does the processing power of the onboard computer compare to a great smartphone? Matt, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. In the space business, we have to build things that we know are gonna work. And space is a pretty hostile environment, and the surface of Mars is even worse with the temperature swings, which we were talking about. You need systems that are capable of dealing with radiation and the temperature.
Ale nie, nawet nieulepszone żelazno jest.
As a result of that, we have a tendency to use systems that have been around for a while, that are well shaken out.
Ja nie muszę sobie. Znaczy zobaczymy, ale.
We're using the same computer that we used on Curiosity, in large part because we know it works.
Nie ma swoich żelaznych narzędzi nawet. Tylko Edisowi narzędzi, a nie.
You would have found 15 or maybe even 20 years ago.
Ja mam topór, ale ja tego żelaznego używam
do
No i sobie kilof tylko podjewałem.
No i kilof. Ale kilof to akurat dobre, nie?
it is always a thrill for us when we have the opportunity, like we did in this particular application, to bring that kind of technology into our systems. It's a very powerful way to multiply our functionality and our capability. And so this was a great example of being able to use new technology. So I don't know if that's an exact answer to the question, but that's a summary.
Thank you, Matt. And Thomas, we actually have a question for you coming in. Hayden, an 11-year-old from Ireland on Twitter asks, what advice would you give to a budding planetary scientist in working towards maybe being part of the mission that will bring back samples to Earth in the future?
Oh, I'm so glad for that question. I think about that a lot, and the advice I would give is, first of all, that's exactly the right time to get into that career. Right? And that now, there could not be a better time to join that career. Even if you started 10 years earlier, or, in 10 years, now is the time to start that. The advice I would give is, look, go really start playing with data right away.
Mi się chyba uda
przeżyć. Go to school, you know, the teachers that are there are your allies.
No, zregeneruj się coś. O! Mając 2 HP się zregenerowało 4 i spadło 3.
But the other thing I want to just give you advice on, Hayden, is, you know, we're putting all these data out. Be your own researcher. Learn how to do that. Kind of go play with it. That's what research is so much about, and find others who are just excited as you are. And I'm sure soon enough we'll have you on our teams in the future.
That's some great advice. Thank you, Thomas.
Dawaj.
And up next we have on the phone lines Alexander Witz from Nature Magazine.
Panie, dopracą pracy, tu trwają prace na wysokościach.
My kamieniołom, ty kurde sobie te drewienka przesuwasz.
Tak, drewienka sobie przesuwam.
Chciałbym.
I think we'd have to check, to be honest, to be sure we get the right answer.
Okay, thank you. And then another phone line question from Jackie Goddard from the Times of London.
Hello, congratulations everyone. One of the most common questions that I get from readers who aren't generally a scientific audience, but regular folks, is what is the point of spending all this money to go to another planet and explore it? Sometimes that's not even a question, it's a statement. There are cynics out there. Can you say why we explore, and how does humanity benefit from you finding out what you find out and doing what you do? Thank you.
Everyone who wants extra time to answer.
I can or
Obsydian jest dosyć tam w tych górach często.
No ale jak już kopać obsydian, to trzeba sobie zrobić łóżeczko przynajmniej na dole czy coś, bo to miksturki kurwa, tam jest ciężko, tam kurwa w tej górach to...
Miksturki nie są drogie, tylko czas. Bo trzeba 2 dni gry się robi. Znaczy tych fermenterów trzeba nastawić. W kociołku się tworzy, kraftuje tak normalnie taką bazę i tą bazę się do fermentera wsadza.
What is useful right now, and the reason we're so convinced that that is important is, first of all, the questions that have driven humanity, questions, in so many ways are what we're really about. Addressing those is what we're really about as humans. We want to be sure, as we look at our contributions of our generations, that we really move forward what we know, and also really affect how we think about ourselves, and that so often comes through research. There's a second reason though, it's fully secondary, but I'm going to mention it anyway. So often,
Kurde, sporo tego kopania. Która jest? 21. Nie no, jeszcze jeden dungeon jest przecież. No tak. Ile? To jest 8. Co? No, ile tam? 18 miało być. Kurde, no nie, no nawiki zobaczę, żeby nie było.
Kind of focus on the immediate needs today, and it's really important, but it's so critical for us as a species to look forward and explore. Matthew?
Thanks, Thomas. I think you said it really well. You know, I've been landing things on Mars now for 25 plus years, and so I've had a chance to go out and
On ma ile? 3 na
6? It's not unusual when somebody asks this question, and I used to, you know, have a long list of
18 storage slot.
and there are a good long list of reasons.
I waga nie wpływa na ten, na cokolwiek. To dobrze, kurwa. Ile byśmy mieli? Jedno żelazo to jest 10, czyli 18 razy 30. To jest, no, 5,5 tony.
From exploring, I don't think. I think it's part of the reason why we're, you know, at the top of the food chain. Is because we're curious.
Tam ile? 14 staków wołamy jakoś, nie?
We haven't been. We want to answer questions we don't know the answer to.
Jeszcze w ekwipunku możemy przecież
sometimes we want
zabrać.
to find the questions we don't even know need to be asked. You know, it's just part of who we are, and it opens new horizons,
Znaczy wiesz, to
new frontiers.
już testowałem. Jakby został zniszczony statek, to cargo się wysypuje po prostu. Na wodzie się unosi. Normalnie. Podpływasz drugą. Nie no, serpenta wtedy się zbałamuci. Tam wiesz, bez wazowiny.
That's important for us, you know, and I think that's the best I can do to answer that question. There's a lot of reasons.
We can move on now to another call from Matt Kaplan from Planetary Radio.
Hi, everyone. Congratulations from not just me, but all of the Planetary Society. I've been texting with our boss.
Nie, miedzi to tak, nie wiem czy liczył. W sumie ta kuzia może tu zostać na przyszłość.
And here's part of his reaction. Oh my, this is astonishing,
7.
dare mighty things. But here's my question for Ken Williford. Ken, getting these first images and video from so much closer to the surface of Mars than we have
15 pełnych staków i 16 zaczęte.
Does this start to make you think about the
No to
potential
i tak mówię, w ekwipunku
doing this on a
postawisz.
regular basis from balloons or, let's say, a helicopter?
Kurde, ile tych sterlinów.
Well, sure. You know, almost everything I'm thinking about right now is potential. I guess I've compared it
Tutaj się przebiegam,
to
to
several
3.
people have asked me how I'm feeling. You know, what's it like? And the closest
Oni
thing
też
I can
dobrym
compare
źródłem
to
węgla
is,
są.
I would say, the birth of my daughter. You know, where
No te
the cruise
ogniska,
phase that's about
one
8
sterlingi
months long,
i
you
węgiel
know, it's
dropią.
like that,
Tak się
that 9-month
przebiegą, to
period where you're just waiting,
44
everything goes right, and then
węgla i
she's
6
born.
sterlingów, bo
In
one
this
giną w
case,
tej
we're
wodzie
on the
obok siebie.
surface,
Co są?
and it's real, and the potential is
Darmowa farma.
astounding. I mean, I was just Katie Stack and I were just texting last night as we got some new images down, and we're just, you know, we're so excited, like kids, just looking at
Nie
every
no, jakieś
picture
kalosze
and seeing
założenie,
so many
no
new
wybitnie.
things and having so many new ideas and new questions are appearing. And the potential of it all is what strikes me more than anything. We have so far to go, so much to learn, and I just couldn't be more grateful to have made this transition from all the years of hard work and stress and wondering, you know, is it going to work out? How's it going to work out? To now when we actually get to do this thing. It's
Bo musiałem usunąć jedne schodki, a on stał w poprzek i...
And up next we have Irene Klotz from Aviation Week.
Thanks, Ken. And up next we have Irene Klotz from Aviation Week.
Irene, you're on.
Irene, you're on.
Irene, you're on.
Irene, you're on.
W ogóle ile tego antycznego drewna mamy na farmie?
This is probably for Jessica.
6 staków.
Have you made any progress homing in on a site for the helicopter flight demos?
Będzie,
And
znaczy najbardziej to będzie trzeba tego
Perseverance
szlachetnego
landing
nafarmić na te wszystkie ozdoby do
The team
środka.
has started to evaluate and is
Sobie to
using the
dobrym
images that
pomysłem by
we've
było
received from
zasadzenie
entry descent
jakiegoś
landing, as
lasku.
well as now these images that we've acquired over the last couple sols. We are fortunate to have landed in a potential spot for that, but the team is still evaluating and is looking forward to additional imaging from the 360-degree panorama from the Mastcam Z, as well as future data that's to come down. So we have not locked in a site yet. That will still be work for the team to go looking forward, whether it's here or a few hundred meters away.
Że one w mrocznym się
We
respią.
have a social media question coming in. Jake, who is 12 years old on YouTube, asks, was there one point you thought that this would be impossible
Spalmy w
to
pizdu.
do?
That's a great question, Jake. There might have been many points when it felt a little impossible. I'll give you my one moment, and then the other folks may want to add in, and that's last March when the COVID pandemic struck. We had just shipped the spacecraft down to Kennedy. Dave Gruhl, who, believe it or not, this whole EDL camera gig is not what he does for a living. He was our assembly, test, and launch operations manager, and he, along with his deputy Art Thompson, were responsible for assembling the flight spacecraft, testing it, and getting it down to the launch pad for launch. That's actually what he did for a day job. So the pandemic struck about a year ago, and Dave and I and Art and others were just constantly on the phone trying to figure out how to react to it and how to respond to it. I said it before, we didn't have a lot of margin, we didn't have a lot of time. We were figuring out a lot of things as quickly as we could, and our focus was shifted from trying to get the spacecraft built and tested correctly and staying on schedule for the launch, because if you miss it, you got to wait 2 years for these planetary launches to Mars. And suddenly our whole focus had to change to keeping the people
Jak coś, to nie jest ten, przy którym
safe
jesteś.
as the number one priority. And I wasn't sure, honestly, I wasn't sure we could do that.
Wiem, właśnie widzę, że biegniesz za mną. Tylko ci mówię, że
Just
nie
as safe
wszedłem
as
tam.
they would be at home doing other things, that could be it for us for this opportunity. We got tremendous support across the board from the institution here at JPL, from headquarters and SMD, and we got through it. But that was the existential moment for me. That very that time right there, the first 3 to 6 weeks after COVID really hit hard. So, anybody else?
Kurde, wędka by się przydała. Można byłoby mięso normalnie łowić. Ja miałem 4 ryby, w sensie, bo na brzegu wypadła jakoś ryba z niej. Ale oczywiście wchodziłem na ruszt i czytałem wiadomość na plemionach i się spaliłem.
And it all comes down to like one moment, and to me it's obviously like the first thing that comes from the cameras. Like, you really want that to work. Like, you really want it to work, and you tried everything you can do to make sure it works. And so, but it's definitely, we try to be open-minded about what could go wrong. We try to cover all our bases, and that's one of the great things about JPL is that there's a team of people here, really smart people. You go to these reviews to review your product, your designs. You call them wizard reviews. You get a lot of tough questions. But that's one of the really, JPL is a real general place because we built this culture of always questioning what could go wrong, but hoping for the best, and it's really interesting. We all share that. That
I will agree. I think we invite the feedback from each other and our reviewers to make sure that we are thinking about all the things that we need to think about and pushing ourselves through these challenges. And of course, we want it all to work, but there are some things that you worry that you didn't think about. But as a community and as a collective and as a team, we use each other to help make sure that we're coming in.
Beach, please.
The team really did persevere and are here today. Up next is Leo Enright from Irish Television.
Thanks very much, Raquel. I just realized
you don't have one.
12-year-olds definitely have the best questions. But if you'll forgive me for going geeky on this, could somebody talk to the traversability of Canyon de Chelly now that you've seen these amazing pictures? Do you think that you can just simply turn around the rover and head directly west-northwest, possibly right past the descent stage?
Ogólnie miecz jest o tyle dobry, bo miecz ma 2 rodzaje ataków, w tym jeden jest atakiem combo, że jak zrobisz combo, to trzeci cios tam jakieś chore wartości zadaje. Damage'a tam 140 wiele siada. No także no i mało staminy zabiera. W porównaniu tam do, nie wiem, toporów tych
a lot of time in different conditions to evaluate the performance of our system. And one of the things that we did on
jak ci siądą 2 ciosy dobrze pierwsze, to wtedy jest zestrenowany i wtedy ten trzeci kombosowy wchodzi. I takiego drauga masz na jedną kombo.
Many more images still to assess.
10 damage'a. 10 przebicia więcej mam. To pora. Ja mam teraz 55 na pierwszym levelu. Dasz radę wziąć żelazo? Ze skrzyni?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's our major focus right now, and the science team is answering exactly that question. What are we going to do? What do we want to do? Where do we want to go? And I'll say, first of all, we're so extraordinarily happy about exactly where we've put down, because we ended up right on this major geologic feature, this contact, we call it, between two differently mapped units. And so you see there's this sort of undulating feature that, this sort of obvious line that we're landed right next to, and that's the big contact. One of the major features we were hoping to explore in this mission, and it presents for us one of the big mysteries. I mentioned the possible vesicles. It's down to one of the big questions for us early on is what is that crater floor made of?
Będzie blok jak chuj. I nawet nie widać go. Czekaj, jak mu z łuku się jebnie, to będzie miał więcej.
So what I would say we're probably currently leaning toward is exploring that contact, which would lead us more, I think, to the second of the 2 options, but we'll see. We've got a good amount of time while the team does the commissioning and checks all the systems out. And during that time, we'll be digesting all those new images and doing a lot of strategic planning, evaluating different options, arguing amongst ourselves and the team. Right after this press conference is over, our first science team meeting post-landing starts immediately after that, so we'll start talking about just those things. So we'll see.
Thank you, Jessica and Ken. Up next, we have Stephen Gorman from Reuters News.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, my question is,
kurwa, Lamborghini wszystkich. Kurwa. Kurwa, wyjebaliby cię z TVN.
from a spacecraft showing its descent and landing on the surface of another world, Mars or anything, I think, right? See that including the moon or an asteroid.
Dobra, mam 300 na 300.
Then secondly, is this likewise
Gdzie jest
the
wyjście?
first SAP recording ever made on Mars?
Bo ja się totalnie
Or any
pogubiłem.
celestial object else on Earth, or just the first one that was made that's been played back on Earth? I don't know if you could just clarify that.
A, jeszcze dwie... Nie, no zajebiście, jeszcze drugi ten, drugi loch.
Putting aside the Apollo program
Super,
and the moon
mega,
and just talking about planets, this is most certainly
Aha, znaczy to...
as far as I know, this is the
No
first
cóż,
time we
pokaliśmy, no
see our
teraz...
spacecraft land on
No,
another planet.
też płaczę.
And hopefully that answers
No nie,
the
nie.
question that you asked.
No jeszcze tutaj, w tą stronę przecież, tak.
As far as sound, not sure anybody else has any more information, but again, to the best of my knowledge,
W ogóle z Eiktera nie korzystamy.
planetary sound that's been recorded. So, yeah.
I can add to that. In terms of sound, the InSight lander has a seismometer on it.
Też działa na
It
skakaniu.
measure seismic signals that were acoustically driven.
Ciekaw jestem jaki ten...
As audio, so that could be potentially another one. But in terms of like
Trzeci bonus
imaging and
lepszego
doing
bossa.
video,
Ja obstawiam,
MSL did have
że coś, nie, że coś do redukcji obrażeń. Po prostu z takim grubasem będziemy się klepali. Bo co na tych na tym pomniku tam był taki...
I ta
Mars Pathfinder, we did time-lapse video of the rover driving down onto the surface. But then again, it's time-lapse, so seconds in between frames.
Tak?
So you've probably seen those. They're all out on the internet. The rover movies.
Cześć, no to pójdę po drewno na trzecią skrzynkę.
But this is definitely the best video of any of them. So I think we can at least say that pretty definitively. It's a whole nother level
10.
of capabilities that we now have. So.
Great. Well, that is all the time we have for questions today. Thank you so much to our
No ja swoje dożyłem.
We unfortunately can't answer all the media questions on there. For those with additional questions, please call JPL's Digital News and Media Office. Our social media team will continue to answer questions online, and we have a Reddit AMA with Perseverance team members starting at 1
to trzeba byłoby jeszcze 10 żelaza przetopić. Bo 10 zużyjemy na gwoździe i dostanie 20 na 30.
Mars.nasa.gov/2020/raw-images. For more updates on the mission, visit nasa.gov/perseverance and mars.nasa.gov/perseverance. And you can also follow us on social media using @NASAPersevere. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Thanks for watching.
Starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Application indicates shoot deploy.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
To schodową robię.
Heat shield sub.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Co oni się tacy hardzi zrobili?
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4 kilometers.
Now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on
the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2
Kurde,
kilometers.
ciekawe. Znaczy, człowiek bez zbudowania komory
We have
tlenowej i tak
confirmation that the
dalej,
lander vision system has produced a valid
nie
solution
słyszy.
in part of terrain relative navigation.
Priming. TBA is nominal.
We have priming of the
Znaczy,
landing engine.
na wdechu tam. Jola.
Back shell set. Current velocity is
Duży.
83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
Here in safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are
No
conducting
10 trzeba przepalić.
about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
Nie wiem.
Sky crane maneuver has started. About 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
Tango Delta. Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life.
Wow. Ty kurwo, zostaw to.
Dobro.
A masz przejebane. No i zniszczył. A nie zniszczył. La.
Ja tam nie miałem. Nie słyszałem teraz. Ale ostatnio słyszałem ja. Także to ktoś inny. Jakiś czas temu. Teraz też słyszałem. Taki tyci. No mi vlog jeszcze. Ale on na bloba nie będzie działał, jak to z bloba jest zrobione. Nie wiem, czy są inne, no jak? Nie mówiłem nic takiego. Co ty mówiłeś? Nie no, mówiłeś, że może są inne. Ja mówiłem, że nie wiem. Super się dogadali. Leroy Jenkins.
God damn it, Leroy.
Kurwa, no jeszcze się uczyć zaraz. Dobra. Easy.
Easy.
No i oczywiście, dobra, ja tej antycznej kory nie biorę, bo to... Kiedyś to było. Ja mam 300 na 300, a ty? Już zbieram. Dwieście trzeci, nie. O, koniec. Jeszcze jedna odnoga. No, loch nie, ale jeszcze jedna noga tu została. W prawo teraz. Tak? Czy, a tutaj wszystkie odnogi ten? Sklirowane? No tak, bo to po prostu to dobra. No i to ślepy zaułek. Dobra. W ogóle to chyba byłoby takie też jakieś starsze wejście, chociaż bez sensu. Nie? No tak. Dobra. Ostatni nagrobek. Czekaj, tym? Tak, tym. Jest tutaj. Ostatni widoczny. Tylko ja nie chcę następnego znaleźć. To w ogóle chyba już ten jest brzeg, linia brzegowa. Upiór.
Impreza.
Widziałem. Ale mocno, mocno wie. I nie ma skrzyneczki. Dobra, odłożyć itemy idę. No, już, nie wiem, ty masz miejsce, idziesz kopać tam, czy odłożyć? To możesz mnie rzucić, to pójdę odłożyć, bo i tak idę, a ty pójdziesz kopać. No i tutaj jest ten ostatni. 8 jebaniec. Nie, idę odłożyć. Nie no, akurat slotów to mam z 15. No to ten, jedynie cię tu zaraz będziemy potrzebować, nie?
Czemu? A, bo ten.
No, eskorta. Kurwa, te ogniki to wyglądają jak jakieś, kurwa, nie wiem, ogniste płody. Nie wiem, tak, kurwa, takie małe kurduple. Kurde. Tych kości to nie wiem, czy nie będzie trzeba się pozbyć trochę. Chociaż nie, no w sumie póki miejsce jest, to niech będzie. Te tabliczki przeszkadzają. Dobra, naprawić. I ostatni. Która godzina? 22. Leci.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
Fucking fuck. Na lody koral.
Nie no, te ogniki są niesamowitą farmą. Kurde, węgla i tych sterlingów naprawdę.
Węgiel.
O, ale komuś ten... Jedis. Weź telefon na tę kompa.
Czekaj, bo ja nie wiem, gdzie on jest. No, aha. No, nie dostałem nic. Już lepiej? Gorzej?
Znaczy, że no to kresowe. Pewnie aktualizuje ci się ten... lista pornoli, wiesz.
Aha, no tak. Ale no właśnie. Ale ja mam LTE normalnie. No cóż.
Jak... Ała. No, dwóch uczniów było jednak.
Dozorca. Nadzorca i dyfry. Kurwa, no jak to? Aha. Tak. W mordę! Noż. No i chujowo. Ale nie to. Kurwa.
Nie.
Tak to chujowo wygląda, no. Chyba, że...
O nie, woda. Kurwa, głęboko. Wszystko używane? Znaczy tutaj od nozy miałem myśl. Ale pedał cię strzelił.
Co ty masz do tych emocji solistów?
No.
No pedały, kurwa.
No jeszcze jeden.
Ej, jeszcze.
Kurwa. Już wiesz, to jest jedyna odnoga, tamte dwie były trochę ślepe, nie? Ta się jest ślepa. Środkowa jest ślepa, a ta ma pokój. Tu nic nie ma. No, widzisz. Widzisz? No patrz. A ja jestem w kamieniu, nie? Gdzie uciekasz? No fuck. No, przez niego przeleciała w lewo. Myszko.
Ahoj! Ale dobre, co nie?
Lagi. Co, koniec. No. Z czystym sumieniem można wracać. Chyba, że jeszcze tutaj, kurde, podchodzimy kawałek, patrzymy. No nie widzę w dali nawet to. Szkoda nóg, żeby tam biec. No. No później to będziemy musieli gdzieś tu płynąć. Albo tu. Masakra. I to jeszcze na moją farmę. Ma chłopaki. Nawet nie zaczynaj tego tematu. Kuźnie. Nie. Ty włożyłeś swoje? Nie włożyłeś, bo cię nie... 2 10
Co ty kurwa na to?
17 staków. 18 w sumie.
Tommy! Oskar się zaręczył. Z tą Kingą. Został jego King. Kojarzysz, ta ruda taka.
Ruda
Oskara to nie ja.
Ja pierdolę.
No ja...
Co zrobił?
Ja mówię tak, kurwa, właśnie Maciek mi napisał, nie? Ja mówię tak, co ja mam ci powiedzieć? Mam nadzieję, że wie, co robi. Nie wiem. Jutro idę na piwo z Maćkiem, to się dowie. Może Oskara też weźmiemy na piwo. No, Sanecki.
Myślę też, że
No nie.
Ora, mi się popierdoliło wszystko.
Ja jeszcze z gierek nie wyrosłem, kurwa. Nie mogę, kurwa. No cóż.
Na chuj się zaręcza.
Czasem ludziom się nudzi, na przykład. I lubią dużo papierkowej roboty.
Kolejny.
Mam nadzieję, że wie, co robi. Nie jestem tu po to, żeby go oceniać, ale... Tu by się przydała.
Elis, zechciałbyś 40 szlachetnego drewna ogarnąć?
No mogę jakiejś brzuski poszukać. Chyba, że mamy coś, ale wątpię.
Ja też wątpię.
O, 43 mamy.
O kurwa. Wyprowadzamy się. Mogę prosić?
W skrzyni masz z drewna.
Aha. Idzie fala? Czy nie idzie?
Ja tam ślubom nie ufam, szczerze mówiąc. Takie...
Tylko związki partnerskie.
Nie, no bo po co ten ślub? On tym tylko problem jest.
Dobra, mam wszystko na łódkę? Na łódź.
Można pójść spać, ej!
Idzie, płyniemy w nocy. Oto słoną księżyca. Tak.
A! Ja już kurwa byłem, ja już widziałem, gdzie ja wyląduję. Już widziałem, jak się pierdala do tej końca. Ora, nie mogę. Możemy wziąć po 25. Przynajmniej ja tyle mogę wziąć. O kurwa. Zaraz. A co ja mam tyle? Grzybki wyrzucę. O. 25 tych możesz chodzić. A tak, 25 kurwa. A do czego my to wsadzimy?
No, próbuję postawić, tylko nie mam drewna na stół rzemieślniczy. Jakbyście mogli to postawić. No, ja.
Jakieś drewno?
Dobra, już sobie zrobię. Sam.
O kurwa.
Ała, kurwo, pijawko, ty.
O.
Trzeba będzie się uzbroić na wyprawę, żeby żaden pedał serpent. Przepraszam, gej.
Cześć, mam na imię Serpent, jestem pedałem.
Cześć, jestem serpent. Pedałuję od 5 lat. Chuj, biorę 3 tony na klatę. Mówię pan. Nie no, będę wam rzucał i będzie się przerzucać. Dobra, ja dalej nie dojdę. Proszę bardzo. Wyrzuciłem do wody komuś. To jest drugi. O, drugi wyrzuciłem. Tu już leży w wodzie.
Będziesz szybciej zapierdalał. Aj, bliat. Złe wyjście z progu. Kurwa, no. Odpływa ta łódka, czy kichuj.
Za tobą.
Niech ten bym to zapisał, kurwa. To zrób od teraz, jak załadujemy. No on się co 20 teraz zapisuje.
Skanujesz.
No bo tak było napisane na update changerze. No że z 30 na 20. Chociaż nie wiem, no może krócej. Nie wiem.
Podniosłeś?
Potera, no.
No, tu wyrzuciłem.
Ja podniosłem jakieś 10. A.
Tu jeszcze.
Oho.
Nie. Dobra. Czekajcie jeszcze, a w sumie te śmieci to mogą sobie to być. Chociaż... Ile macie strzał?
30.
No to starczy nas 2 serpenty. Jak coś to ja mam 64, także... Tylko ja bym sobie żyć coś do żarcia jeszcze zabrał. Coś tu jeszcze jest nietransportowalnego? Chociaż w sumie tą kuźnię to mogę zabrać, co?
To jest portal, tak? No to...
Ale... Kuźnia. Bo kuźnia wymaga sztabki miedzi i ją przez portal nie przeniesiesz. To... 6. O, jeszcze w piecu 3 odpadki były.
Bo jak sobie wybierzesz na przykład tarczę, dajesz R, to masz taki... No. No taki szybki. Tylko tak jak zmienisz sobie na młotek czy na coś tam innego, to się świetnie. We are good to go?
Ja. Dobra, u mnie wszedł fake. Gościu. Ladies.
Moment. Nie jest takie proste.
Czekaj, kurwa. Aj, ryba była na tym. Co kurwo kamienie?
Płytko w chuj. Kurwa, jeszcze te jebane skały.
Opijawka, skurwysyn. Pod nami. Szmaciura nie bije nam tego? Dwie gwiazdki pijawka.
Ej, dobranoc, papa.
Ty kurwa. Aha.
Au, 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 au.
Co?
Jak sobie wstaniesz, Oskar, pójdziesz sobie na dziób, skocz sobie tam troszkę. Aha. F3?
Halo? No. Czemu jestem mokry? Byłem. Który mnie ochlapał? Co? Jakbym się podniesie, to byś wypadł za burtę. Będzie pało. No, ten fake mi zabił 3 piki, 4 miecze, 1 topa, 2 zwiadu i 1 LK. 12 LK mi wysłał i jednego tarana. Dobrze, że jakimś dziwnym trafem mi muru nie uszkodził. A tylko na drugim mam. Schowka się nie da uszkodzić. Czy da się katapult? Nie, nie da się.
Jebany jak się zmienił. No na pewno jak złapiesz i zwiniesz żagiel, no to masz jeszcze jakąś prędkość i utrzymujesz, ona ci się, no nie masz takiej prędkości, jakbyś miał żagiel. Jak masz to wiosło na jednym pierwszym poziomie, no to jeszcze jako tako idzie, no, ale nie jest to jakieś, wiesz...
Grasz? No mogę, no. No to chodź,
super.
idę. No. Powiedział, że zagra. No.
Kurwa, ale... No... Jeżeli się nie zmieni ten wiatr...
Zawsze możemy na jednej tej strzałce płynąć.
Tak, no i tak będziemy...
A my nie płyniemy tędy, tak?
Tak, tędy, tylko ja mam stamtąd wiatr, ja chcę zakręcić w taki sposób, żeby złapać go chociaż.
Bo ewentualny przesmyk jest chyba jeszcze tutaj. Co nie? Jakoś.
No ale to, ni chuja. Tam to się...
Ale nie jest taki wąski aż. Łódka by się zmieściła. No zmienił się wiatr trochę. Trochę się zmienił.
Może trochę nam złapie. Please.
No jasne, tak. lepiej uratować. Rozumiem. Dobry ruch, dobry ruch. Będzie poznawa. To świeczko w kolanie, kurwa, zarobisz. A na froncie sami kierownik, a żadnej artykały, jest tylko piona, kurwa.
Fucking fuck.
To, jedna supremacja, 215. Mam 2 winy, jedno. Jest czysty, ja po prostu 15. Nie, to najedziesz, no. Ja jestem tu kurwa najlepszy. No, czekaj. Patrzcie, tak. Ja oczywiście. Na 3 gry.
Czy ten wiatr, kurde, chyba jest to przypisany do... No... Stały w danych miejscach chyba się zmienia. Jak jechaliśmy tędy w drugą stronę, to właśnie mieliśmy... No i to by się spędzało.
Kurwa, no to...
Tak, tak.
No. O, będzie, kurwa. Chyba się dostali ten dodatkowe piece na węgiel. 2. To ile mam do przepalenia? Ja mam jeszcze 20 w ekwipunków, wy coś macie? A ty jeden?
Nie, ale tam troszkę jest drewna, powydobywałem.
Mówię o żelazie.
A, to ja mam 15. Serpent. Lewa morta.
Chodź tu pedale, czekaliśmy na ciebie. Czemu znowu pedale, nie wiem. O, dostał strzał. O, zakończyliśmy właśnie wojnę na Plemsach między Stefanami a czymś tam. I co, tak bez buzi? Pizda. Twoja matka to gej.
Bo lubi duże chuje.
Zaraz. Ten serpent jest na dobicie przecież. To jest ten sam serpent, co tu kurde... Zawracaj.
Żelazem?
Jestem ciekaw, co dropi serpent. Nie no, część rzeczy się przecież unosi na wodzie, nie? Jak drewno i tak dalej, nagrobki.
Ale żelazo się nie było.
Co? Nie no, przecież po drabince na przeciążeniu można wejść. Nie mogę go zestrzelić. W ogóle damage'a nie dostaję.
O kurwa. Ja wiem. Dobra,
Ej, tu jakiś lag jest.
No, nie mogę wózka podnieść.
Kurwa.
Wódka odpływa.
Nie. Jest good.
Jest, udało się. Dobra. A dasz radę trochę tak... No... Dałbyś radę ten bok bardziej tutaj do brzegu, tak wrócić?
A czemu?
No bo byśmy ładowali tutaj do karta. A w głęboką wodę tak się przepierdalać, tak nie wiem.
No.
No dobra, to tak rób. Ja będę do karty wsadzał. Ale tu podpłynie jest trochę do przodu. Ale może przeleci. Dobra. O, ale poleciało. Czekaj, nie rzucaj więcej. W tekstury gdzieś poleciało. Nie, nic. A nie, nic nie podniosło. Dobra, tu leży, jest, dobra. Dobra, weź rzuć pojedynczo. Lagi.
Ale strasznie coś właśnie laguje.
Nie, no rzuć jeden stack tylko, zobaczymy.
O Jezus.
Dobra, jest. Rzucaj. Weź sobie cały ekwipunek tego.
No nie, no co jest kurwa nagle?
No.
Nie mogę nic otworzyć.
Nie rzucaj.
Ja pierdolę, no ludzie.
Cześć, ci podpłynę.
kurwa, wypierdalaj.
Tak. A ten stack jeden udało wam się podnieść tu z dna? Dobra, chyba lagi minęły. Rzucaj. No.
Aj.
No i... O jest. Dobra. No... Ja pierdolę. Za to tyle pieniędzy.
Steam na pewno coś robi.
O! 500 000 prawie. Ostatnio. All time peak 498 000, a teraz jest w tej chwili 412.
No chuj, kurwa!
CS miał all time peak, wow, 1 305 000, a z 24 godzin 1 091 000 WTF. Ale dalej w CS-ie, nie? Po tyle lat ma gra, ten... No ostatnie 24 godziny. 1 091 000, ale rekord to 1 300 000. No i chuj, i kurwa taki lagże.
Come on.
A Space Engineers? Space miał 24 000. O, jest, storage działa. Na wózku.
O jak. To jest zmiana.
O, i już nie działa. Co tam mam? No, Rust ten taki, no wiesz, Rust. Taki dobry. Nawet połowy tego nie osiągnął all time peaka, co w tej chwili już ma w Valheim. 244.
No bo raz to jest taka... No jest mega popularny, ale taki kurwa...
Co to jest? Co jest
Ale ja nie
takiego?
wiem, co jest w tym raście, że to jest takie popularne. Ale co tam jest poza zbudowaniem bazy i napierdzielaniem się? No wiem.
Udało się.
Ale dobra, że to wszystko są jakby te Rust, jakby Co tam było? Nie, ale raz, PUBG i tak dalej, to wszystko z Daisy Moda, kurwa. Tak naprawdę.
Gdzieś zostaliśmy opierdoleni na żelazo. Bo w statku się skończyło. No to jeszcze 2 sloty wolne, a przecież ja jeszcze w ekwipunku i wy też mieliście.
Popchaj ktoś.
No nie no, czekaj, ja jeszcze nie odłożyłem wszystkiego.
Ale to nie chodzi o to, czy odłożył jeszcze nie. To nie idzie.
Idzie tam.
Ta idzie, kurwa.
Ciągnij.
No nie chuja, patrz, kurwa. O, zmęczyłem się. Pomoc! Taczam się. No pchaj, kurwa. No to ciągnij. Dobra, o Jezu. Dobra.
Weź ten.
Chuj, weź ktoś to ode mnie, bo to... Weź se, kurwa, spróbuj, jak taki silny jest. No właśnie.
Dajcie czarnemu, a nie.
Czarny pcha. A weź, no właśnie, weź. No tak. No to ciągnij.
No czekaj, jeszcze.
Jeszcze dokłada, kurwa. No, można by zapisać. No, to jest dobry, good idea.
Dobra, to logout.
No wszystko się zapisuje. Jak zwykle inteligentnie, kurwa, wszystko zrobiliśmy. Na najwyższym poziomie, kurwa. Jak tracić to po bandzie. Kurwa, IQ 200. Ja idę się odleć. Spódnietki.
I co, relog był? Czemu ty z komentarz robisz? Aha.
podejść do was? A będę widział. Jest ta druga na 42. Akurat teraz. Nie będę teraz kiedy
20 minut temu byliśmy na bagnach.
No ale to po co kopię teraz? A że ty...
Nie chcę restartować serwera, nie robiąc kopii.
Aha. No to może wejdę na tego serwa teraz, żeby się zapisał.
Nigdzie w internecie nie mogę znaleźć próbowałem różnych działa. To automatyczne zadanie, ale to nie...
Co? Magiczne Stefany rozwiązano? Ale to są Stefany, a nie kurde ten. Jestem na serwie, ale lagi są. A jedyś też jest.
Ja nie widzę wózków.
No ja widzę akurat.
Jakby to nasz ruch jest ok, w miarę.
A inne te? No kociołek się fajnie otwiera.
No też się fajnie powiesz.
Skrzynki.
O? Chyba...
Skrzynki też się otwierają.
Ale nie, bo tu działa.
Ale storage z tego wózka dalej nie działa.
No u mnie działa.
U mnie skrzynki działają.
O, teraz nie działa. A.
No.
Ej, nie rób tego. I to jest okropny dźwięk. Chcę odgryźć te paznokcie, te skórki nawet to są...
Weź zamknij tą jadaczkę.
Ale bez tego dźwięku.
Milena, Gówna psiego. Cicho bądź.
Co?
Ale to... Ale które? Gdzie? Pokonani przeciwnicy. Ja jako obrońca jestem na 20. Co? Jako wspierającym jestem 51. I razem 18. 8 jest Ryczu. No razem jestem na 18. Kurwa. Jako agresor jestem na 3300. Trollolo w ogóle. Ale czemu jako obrońca ja jestem na 20? Masko jest niżej, a Blikus jest niżej.
Łatwo.
No ile ja miałem tam? 5000 swojego miałem. No 5000 mojego. Nawet nie. Nie, no, nie miałem nawet 5. Dobra, ładnie się otwiera wszystko. Ale nie ukrywa to faktu, że ktoś opierdolił nas na jakieś 2 staki żelaza. Kurde. Bo wy nie macie żadnej rudy, nie? Ja nie wiem, patrz, ja to jakoś ciągnę, nie wiem, czy Miedis miał problem. No bo bez sprintu. Czekaj, zaraz. Cicho. Ty jesteś biały, to się zamknij.
Bo masz złe wspomnienia z farmy.
No dobra. Ej, bo jest problem cofnąć. Jest problem cofnąć. Dobra, podjeżdżaj pan drugim. Kurde. Na 2 to ten.
Weźmiemy hol. Odczepimy jeden do drugiego, będzie ładnie.
Ale lagi, o Jezu.
Ale lag.
No.
No. Gdzie się pojawia po prostu.
O Jezu, o Jezu. Wjeżdżaj.
Dalej, kobieto.
Ja. Ja.
Puść to ty tam.
Rura.
Tymi szczegółami.
Się nie wypierdol z tym wózkiem teraz.
U mnie wózek pojechał prosto, nie za to.
No ni chuja. No. No. No dawaj, kurwa, dajesz. Chunów 100.
Ho, ho, ho.
No, można by to zasklepić.
Podobała mi się ta pozycja moja. Fajna. No, czy nie, akurat czekaniu, nie? I to jest...
Dobra, odpalamy to Auschwitz.
Wow, wow.
Jebany podśpiewujesz.
Przepraszam. Nawyk.
Ciekawe, czy tą antyczną można palić. Kurde.
Co taki smutny?
Jak ty byś był czarny, to też byłbyś. Cwaniaczku.
No wiem, takie pieskie życie. Wszystko na czarno. Tak. W końcu zbanują na YouTube. Już nikt tego nie ogląda. Oho.
Tylko PC Master. Dobrze, że nie mam kolegów konsolosów, bo by nie miał kolegów. A nie, czekaj. A jaki fajny bober.
A jaki bober? To jest dziki idiota. O ja.
Kurde.
Co ty jakiś, kurde, obóz pierwszych skaldów niszczysz? Panie. No przepraszam. No nie gniewaj się. Ładnie wyruchamy. Przepraszam. Wsadzę cię w pizdę i będzie okej. Romantyk. Przepraszam. Wioska, wspólna troska. Aleś ty czarny od tego wungla. Ja pierdolę.
Moglibyśmy pójść spać. A w ogóle znaczniki. W piecach by się przyspieszyło spalanie. Dobra, nie, koniec z tymi żartami hitlerowskimi. To nie jest fajne. Stare, ale jare. Kurde, węgiel się kończy już. Palić ci macie. Na następnej stacji zgarniemy trochę.
Gaz. Macie po drewno.
Nie no, spać idziemy, a nie jakie kurwa drewno.
To się tam to dopala ładnie.
Nie mydło! Nie wpłynie w to lepiej.
Siłę na przebudzeniu
patrzcie na
wojownikom.
to. Patrzcie na to.
Ile irona. Ile wungla.
Wsadzaj drewno do pieców. No wsadzaj drewno do pieca. Nie ma już węgla.
No bo ten trochę tam tych trolli nas tu atakowało. Poza tym jak my żeśmy gdzieś tam chodzili, to czasem też się jakiś trafił, no i tak to jest ją. No to poniszczone. Ktoś tu bił. Ktoś bił w mur. O kurwa, ktoś tu napierdalał ostro. Co tu się od Janie Pawła? I te wszystkie powiedzonka to skaraczana, no ja pierdolę. Korowanie papieża powstało po to, żeby wkurwiać ludzi. A potem się okazało, że ludzie zrobili z tego normę. O, to będzie chyba kolejna baszta.
Moją postaw.
Postawię twoją basztę. No tutaj dalej, tu w tym miejscu będzie taka sama jak tam. Znaczy przynajmniej taką mam nadzieję, że będzie taka sama.
Można jeszcze jak. Nie mam.
No my też jesteśmy jakby w lesie, tak teoretycznie. Wszystko wykarczowali. Skurwysyny.
Jakie życie, takie rad.
Jakie życie, taki fakt.
Chyba jaki pornol taki fakt.
Czemu tu nie ma, kurwa? Czemu tu nie ma? No.
Ale jest lak, jest lak.
Mówcie mi więc, co mam robić.
Taktyk.
I co, nie zaczadzamy się tutaj? Duże pomieszczenie to ten.
No ale te piece nie czadzą.
Nie no, czadzą, tylko pewnie taki mały, jakbyś dał to do jakiegoś małego tego, to ten. Jestem bardzo ciekawy, jaka technologia jest zastosowana w tych piecach, że ten węgiel sam wypada.
Jakbym ci powiedział, to musiałbym cię zabić. Sam te piece stawiałem.
Dlatego taki upierdolony chodzi. Cały węgiel. Węglany wiking. To co się w piecach. I od razu boom. IQ 150.
Lag.
Murzynek, znalazłam go na plaży.
Był taki lag, że do pieca wsadziłem 12/10. No nic, nie, no będzie przepalać 12/10. Bo już udawało mi się 11 palić. No ale 12 nigdy nie wbiłem do teraz.
No ciasno, kurwa. Szczególnie... Tak. Szczególnie jak wiesz. Dużo węgla, nie?
O, drewno mi się skończyło tutaj. Nie no, pali, tylko mówię, zapas mi się skończył. No. No nie chcę być niemiły, ale no zapierdalaj. A ty, Edith, mógłbyś pomóc, a nie się kurwa śmiejesz. A nie kurwa zwiedzasz podłogę.
Ja tu jestem nadzorca, kurwa. Ja muszę patrzeć, czy bawełny nie podpierdalasz.
Lepiej oddaj węgiel, który masz w ekwipunku.
O, masz.
A miał jebaniec, kurwa.
A myślałem, że no co to ma być, kurwa, w ogóle jakieś podpuszczanie, kurwa, człowieka. Kurwa. Miał jebaniec, kurwa, no.
Ej. Wiesz jak to jest? Żyda za pieniądze nie okradniesz. Tak samo czarnego nie okradniesz. Ty, kurwa, ten wózek też zostaw. A nie, pusty to zabieraj. No i nie mogę podnieść. No te piece to tak na styk nie wyrabiają. Nie no, tak w sensie minimalnie szybciej odlewnia przepalają. Jest lekka strata. Tu do wózka możesz wsadzić.
Wsadź mi do wózka, wsadź mi do wózka. Kurwa. Ej, nie! Jezus. O. Frajer.
Może wyjdą. Gdzie?
Jedną ręką ci wpierdolę. O Jezu, Boże, mama, on mnie bije. No ścinam. Ja sobie tak tą walkę wręcz wyrespię, że będę kurwa trolla na hitę składał, nie? No nie? No nie. No nie, no ładne właśnie. Nie można pomników przyrody niszczyć. Ekosystem jest ważną rzeczą. Powiedział Jedis, wycinając kurwa las. To ludzi lasu.
Ej, gnoju. Dawaj hajs. Ej, ty.
No, kurwa. Dobrze, dobrze, zasłoń. Swojej natury nie ukryjesz. Czarnuchu. Czarnuchu? Bolec pogięło cię. Im do ręki.
Przydałoby się drewno. Któryś jest w ogóle chętny na żelazną zbroję? Znaczy, inaczej, bo ja już sobie zbroję zrobiłem. Ja już mam zbroję.
No nie, ja bym jednak zbroję zrobił, a broń
Ej,
to...
ale upgrade'y są tanie. 5 żelaza tylko za upgrade. Pierwszy. A daje 2 pancerze na tym.
No nie można odmówić ci racji. Ale... Jak psu jajca.
To robić ci tą zbroję? Właśnie łuk, kurde. Właśnie. Edis, jesteś chętny na łuk?
Nie.
To dobrze. Ale potrzeba, wiesz, szlachetnego drewna bym potrzebował. To weź jak możesz. Teraz. No bo był brany od góry. Masz jeszcze drewno?
Masz w tym.
No nie, tu w drugim tym jest. Aha. Jedis przyniósł. Trochę, no trochę czuć.
A ile kosztuje taka jedna zbroja?
60.
Cały set?
Cały. 6, chyba może nawet mniej. Tak, 60.
Działa.
Masz może szlachetny? Zajebane, ale ile on ma dział? Kurwa, tu wszyscy idą. Release. Dobra, chyba węgiel zabrałeś, nie? No.
działa. Działa.
Dobra, ja będę spadał. Dobra, to tam na razie.
Opa, czym się?
No kurwa. Rozpierdalacie. Właśnie wyjebałem. Nie, bo tutaj przy tej płycie rozbudować. Tyle jest. To już robię. Macie drewno? Bo muszę 500.
Oskar, gdzie się te bagna kończą?
O, dzień, co nie robili.
No. No widzę jakieś po mojej lewej.
Atakują tego. Nie mogę na zaznaczyć.
Tu gdzie płynę też są. Chyba? Nie. Nie, to chyba nie.
Właśnie, armata. kurwa, dużo ludzi. Cofało się?
O, tu gdzie jestem też są bagna. No. Znaczy z tamtego tego. Nie zostawię jej tam. It's a fucking serpent! Łucznicy, wąż morski. Please. Fuck off.
Co był? Raz.
Ale fart i nie fart za jednym razem. A. Nie, nie odpływaj. Bym cię zajebał z tego. Nie mam łódki, ale jestem na lądzie.
Ty kurwo, kierowca.
Ej, a płyniemy zabić tego jednego serpenta? Tylko moment, jak wrócę. No, może nam się odblokują jakieś ten.
kurczę na shortcuta dać z budowaniem dostać, bo co to?
No dorób, bo ja też już nie mam, ale...
Tak, bo dokładnie.
A tego...
Dobrze wie, to jest dokładnie to, co potrzebuję. Ja mam wpis do drewna. Teraz leci.
No nie, no tak, no na serpenta to żeby go tylko dojebać tam, bo no pewnie ten...
Daj. Armaty. Valeria. Dobra. Valeria.
No to jak ja wrócę? Ja ją straciłem. Ale czekaj, bo może mi się uda jakoś portal zrobić. Czy coś. Aż tak daleko nie jestem w sumie, bo to... Ale czekaj, bo tu jest jakiś... A to ty płyniesz tu już? Ale nie, luz, bo ja szukam jakiegoś dungeona tutaj. Ile tu tego? Osad jak tutaj dobrze rośnie.
Komuś kopalnię zbudować? No. Ja mam dwie u siebie, kurwa, i nie mam... Mam armaty.
Albo nie musimy płynąć, ja sobie jakoś tutaj do co? No właśnie jestem... Nie, jestem na innej. Ale tutaj pode mną na południe jest wyspa, z której można się już do nas dostać, tak. O właśnie, tratwę mogę zrobić przecież. Co ja muszę na tratwę mieć? Skórę mam z jelenia. Potrzebuję dziki. To wszystko na tym. Na polanie, nie? Tak, panie trolu, ja nie mam na pana czasu.
Zbudował ten mur, żeby pomyśliły.
Ale żywicę mam.
Nie, to szwarty tego zbudował, kurwa. Kurwa, tak, że czułem, że coś zrobiłem. Ja pierdolę. Nie, bez przesady. Dobra, no nie zapędzaj się. Kurwa. No nie mam populacji, wiesz. Rewolucję kliknę i wszystko myśl. No wiesz. Dobra.
Co? Ale ty na wybrzeżu jesteś.
Skiut, kurwa, skiut.
A mówiłem, że wyżej. Jezu, ile was tam jest? Nie chcę mi się z wami walczyć. Dziki, gdzie są dziki? O, jest tam.
Kurwa, ale te fabryki pizdę dają. Chuja, kurwa. Ale owieczek, kurwa, dostałem, ktoś chce? Dobra, kurwa, już idę. Karolingowie, farmar. Nie. Coś mi zabija, mogę tak zarekrutować. Rolling group wtedy. O, czukuję. Jäger i Lanz.
No, niedługo stawiam łódź. Na wyspę niżej i będę na piechotę biegł. Szybciej będzie.
Nie, ja to mam przyjemność.
Nie wiem, czy to jest sens, wiesz? Jeszcze jeden dzik.
Było po prostu strzelaj.
A masz strzały?
Użyć im kościół, kurwa! Kurwa, tam dobra. Przejebałeś sobie, że na tej, wiesz? Ja sobie punktu nabijam. Nie, daję.
Jezu, ale wolna ta praca. A ty już ready? Bo jak też to w sumie możesz przypłynąć po mnie, będzie szybciej.
Zobaczcie, jaka fajna wyrwa w górze.
Zależy, jaki wiatr będziesz miał. No bo serpent jest gdzieś tu, tu,
Kurwa.
tu gdzieś tak bardziej, nie?
W końcu
Ale jak
nie miałem
popłyniesz
jeszcze
przy
rejsowców,
brzegu, to
kurwa.
ten, zależy jaki wiatr będziesz miał.
Dobra, tak. Oj kurwa. Ale nie miał, kurwa. Ja jestem lepszym Szwedem. On tylko 160 karolingów miał, kurwa, ja 384. Co to za Szwedy karolingów?
No.
Fajnie. Ja miałem max domków. Ale miałem max domków już. Miałem max domków. 20 domków.
No, a musisz W dać, żeby płynęła do przodu. Tylko, że jak dasz W, tylko jak nie masz wiatru, to musisz dać tylko na jeden ten. To nie wiem. To weź ten, weź.
Ja tylko chłopy napierdalają. O, tak.
No i tylko można nią przejść, wiesz. Dołem, tak. Nie, bez sensu od prawej. Górą. Znaczy płynę jak płyniesz, na północ, nie? A jak ty płyniesz? No dobrze płyniesz. No wiem, no od góry, no bo to... No mieliśmy tam jakiś ten, miedź szukaliśmy chyba. Czekaj, bo może nie będziesz musiał pływać tego. Ja przejdę, wiesz? To się zatrzyma gdzieś tam. No dawaj, kurwa, co za wiatr. Ja pierdolę, no nie wierzę po prostu w ten wiatr. Jest tragedia jakaś. naprawdę jak potrzebujesz żywicy, to znajdujesz spawner i napierdalasz wszystkich. Ale tej żywicy to mamy tyle, że... Jeszcze Mr. Troll. Ty nie chcesz? Nie. Daj mi może... Znaczy... Musiał rzeczy odłożyć do... Srasza. I wybieram sobie strzały klikając na nie, czy jak to jest? Jakich? Aha. No, gdzie nie ma wiatru. Stanąłeś pod tym, pod tą jaskinią stanąłeś wcześniej. No. To w ogóle ta łódka, jak żeśmy pierwszy raz z nią popłynęli, to mówię, jak to zapierdala. Ale tratwa jest tragiczna. Tratwa to jest takie do przepłynięcia sobie, wiesz, z wyspy na wyspę, nie? To tak. To już bardziej bokiem, bo jest bardziej opróbowań, nie będzie się tak spychać. No. Zahaczamy. No. Są jakieś jaja. Przecież... Jezu, jak tutaj buja. Jakoś tak.
Przepraszam.
Yes. Wiem, czy to... No. Doskoczysz tam? Bo ja nie wiem, czy ja... No to elo! Jak co? Masz kill off? Weź to kill offem. Pierdolę, jak tu buja. Oho! Uciekaj! To się rusza! Wyspa się rusza! Uciekaj! To się poruszyło! No wyspa się poruszyła. To jest kurwa żółw pewnie jakiś. A ty mu kurwa pryszcza właśnie wycisnąłeś. Oho! O dawaj! O kurwa! Wstaję! Dawaj tu! Dawaj! Spierdalamy! Fuck! O chuj!
Ja się pytam co.
O fuck! Ale zatopy, pa. Tak? Ty, to czekaj, to weź, daj tutaj do środka, ja bym sobie też odblokował, zanim zginiemy. Oho. Pityna, brzytwa, coś jeszcze. Jesus. No to jest jakiś krab wielki, albo żółw, albo kurwa coś. I tam niedaleko nas jest podobny. No. Może on się tam tylko schowa, potem znowu się pokaże. No, tego się nie spodziewałem. Czemu pryszcza wycisnął? O jest. To mam krążyć, tak? Go upierdolisz. O, zgłosił się. Szybki jest jeden. Co się mu robisz? Oho, wiem. No kurwa, tak pod wiatr to... O jest. No coś się... No właśnie, ale tu mamy wiatr prosto w ryj. Teraz. O, dobra. Jest. Po lewej. A ucieka. O. Nice. Gdzie mamy drabinkę? O. Dobra. Na pewno. No bo to nie wiem, czy to ten... Czy na pewno, no bo... To coś się odblokowało? Może po upieczeniu. No jak się zmienił ten wiatr? No chyba żartujesz.
Ziarnie.
Wiesz co, tylko to będzie musiała być wypukła chyba ta linia. No. No kurwa, ja pierdolę. Lagi. No wiem, chciał wypłynąć stąd. Aha, o. No dawaj. O! No wiem, ja nie chcę się zmieścić, ja chcę po prostu stanąć w jakimś... No. Jakie pierdolone wielkie. Ja pierdolę. Jaki kurwa, no weź to pierdolę. O, skurwa. No wielkie takie to chyba musi. O, zrobiło się. Wróć jedno. No nie wzięmy. O. O. Zaczynaj. Kurwa. Też nie chcę, żeby ta łódź się obijała. Odłożę rzeczy, będę leciał sobie. Dla mnie już pora. Oho, pora. Ty brutalo. Nie no, bo oni bardziej się triggerują na mnie, taką mam nadzieję. Przejdziesz się raz i nie będziesz żywi. Nie no, ja zbieram, zawsze zbieram, ja potem odkładam, nie? I to no. No właśnie oni na często siadają. O, tu mam ten. Zrobiłem. Nie, to jest screen. Czekaj, nie, wiesz co, inaczej. To jest ta nasza pierwsza, ta, nie? Tak, jedyny, jedyny. Aha, no. Tak. Ale no, kurde, nie wiem. Powiem ci, a potem zaczął padać deszcz. Tak. Screeny zaczęło lać. Nie, no często pada ogólnie, często, ale to jest klimatyczne i dobrze zrobione do tego, to nie wiem, no kurde, jak pada i ty sobie siedzisz koło ognia, to się czujesz tak kurwa fajnie. Comfy. To jest właśnie o to chodzi, żeby był klimat, kurde, a nie... Wiem. Nie wiem, ale... Mhm. No. Coś robi. To jest inny klimat po prostu. Nie jest zły. Tak. No właśnie, to jest też jakby unikatowe, nie? Że możesz budować dużo, bardzo dużo. A, nie, luz. Luzik. Waży. To jest oficjalny? Kur... ile kamienia. Podwójnych. Ale kurwa, ile nastawiane. Ja jednak wolę tych dużych używać, bo to jako jeden obiekt traktuję, nie? Raczej to. No ma, u nas jest problem. A zobacz, nawet te mola, te kładki są obite tymi deskami po zewnętrznej. Jaki młyn? W ogóle kurwa młyn. To pewnie jak będziemy sadzić coś czy coś, no to może. My na razie to tylko mięcho. No, no. A to mi się tak, to drzewo i to dookoła to takie słowiańskie, kurwa. Domu w ogóle. A jest, dobra. Widzę. Są dziki. No bo je robisz pewnie na świnie. Ciekawe, że jak oswoisz. No, nie. Jakaś dziura fajna. Mi się podobają takie podstawy kamienne, a góra taka drewniana. Fajnie to te. No. No, no śmierci. Ale tam w ogóle jaka taka zatoka zrobiona, kurde. O. O. Ty, a w ogóle jak oni zrobili taki mur, już nie no, woda chyba jednak będzie działała dalej. Być może gra potraktuje to w taki sposób, że po prostu bo te fale bliżej brzegu są mniejsze, nie? No nie, no ona po prostu ale Bo chodzi mi o to, że ogólnie te fale no, są, wlewają się na ląd, ale one są i tak mniejsze niż to, co się dzieje tam na morzu. Kurwa, jak oni takie coś jebli, to oni naprawdę zachęcają, żeby budować. I to też nie jest takie malutkie. Tam pod tym, pod tą okrągłą basztą? No, coś tam jest. Coś tam jest. No, jest takie. Albo to wejście jest, albo nie wiem. No jak mały ten weźmiesz, no to zrobisz, nie? No tak, tak. Nie, to by było takie mniej więcej, nie wiem, jak ta siedziba, tylko okrągłe. Taka twarz na tej siedzibie oczywiście. Zawsze to tak. Ale i na tej wieży, i tam na tym domu. Okay. Żaba, da. Wszędzie twarze, kurwa. System rozpoznawany. Mhm. O. Mhm. No nie wiem. No rej jak chuj, no. Przecież. Już jaki wkurwiony. Wyjechać ci z tych metalowych drzwiczek w frajerze? Nawet pensję można dorobić. Wrzucasz monetę albo wypierdalaj. Bo inaczej się nie może. Żydowski piec z fejsami. Ironia. Wpisałem w Google żydowski piec z pejsami. Wyszło Allegro.pl. Żyd przebrania, kostiumy ma. O ja pierdolę. To jest, kurwa. Nie wierzę. O. Kto to robi? Ja jebie. Ale czemu nie można ich nazwać, nie wiem, kurwa. Wszyscy są normalni. Niemcy, Francuzi, Meksykanie, Amerykanie, Kanadyjczycy, za to Żydzi, kurwa. Mordę dostał. Nie mogą być Izraelczycy, tylko Żydzi. Znaczy, no nie ma w tym nic złego. Ale się różnia w chuj, no. O, dobra. Ja lecę. Ja lecę. Lecę. Dobra. To czym się w takim razie? Papatki.